is looking spicy. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Ghost.
Hi,
Hey,
friends.
hey. We're live.
Hi.
Sorry, double late. There was a little last minute thing that is going to come up at the start of today's adventure that I forgot to do. So it's well, I'm gonna say none of you guys are really dungeon masters or haven't done it yet. I can't wait for the day though. Ooh. But it's a classic thing being a dungeon master where you make your dungeon, you put all the monsters in there, you choose your Sirenscape soundscapes for
That
every
is
part
why
of
I'm
the
your
adventure.
king. Listen, strange women lying
Why
in
is
ponds,
this?
distributing swords is no basis for a system
Hold
of
on.
government.
Bo, I love you, but there we go. There we go. That should take care of Blurp. Also, Bo.
Oh.
That is not your fault. No, that is my fault. That is not your fault. That was something that I forgot to switch off. Anyway, yeah, and then you
As you were
forget to plan.
saying.
And then you forget to plan like one little, minor but crucial thing at the beginning of the adventure that is gonna leave everybody kind of scratching their heads and going, so I had to really quickly bash that out. Oh man, so we've I had a fantastic week. I hope the rest of you guys did.
Yes.
The best part of my week has been fixing the audio issues with Sirenscape. So thank you so much to everybody who over the past 2 or 3 streams, I can't remember when we implemented it, it wasn't that long ago, but thank you to everybody who stuck with us through through some of the janky audio. Really appreciate you having patience with us as we try out something new. But you'll probably hear that we fixed that. We attacked the problem in a different direction, and it seems to be working. Seems to be doing all right. So, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing amazing. We because of the flooding, we haven't been able to visit the farm where Annalise has fallen in love with all of the animals, and today we were able to go back. And she was over the moon. The pugs, there were 2 pugs that just were super excited to see her. They wanted to lick her face. She's not quite there yet. She likes, conceptually, she wants puppy kisses, but in the moment, she's like, no, that's too much.
No. Yeah.
She's getting more used to dogs every time we go. And she has like a cat allergy, but it seems to be getting like less and less every time we go, so that's nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of me, man. My allergies are getting worse.
No.
Yeah, right. Just incrementally.
Yeah.
As you go on. I'm now allergic. Like a whole year I have to take allergy meds now. Like it's wintertime. I shouldn't be allergic to anything when the plants are all dead. Like what the fuck, you guys?
Right?
Like, nope. Stop taking the meds and start sneezing my face off for them.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right, Megan. I can't think of any cute thing at all.
Oh.
Anything.
No cutes. No cutes?
No.
Oh.
Can't think of anything cute at all. I think of Bow the Distance and I break out in hives. Right? I think about NKA X Leader and I sneeze.
Oh, Leader. You guys had the same idea.
You guys, you're all too freaking cute, actually. I don't even know how to deal with you.
Wait a second. Wolf, how are you doing this week?
Not too bad.
Not too bad, right on.
Yeah, I told this to Megan earlier. I said it's only Tuesday. Check back in a couple days.
Nice.
Yeah, Friday's my last day. What about you, Ghost?
Same.
Nice.
And it's a half day.
Yeah.
I
That rocks.
Dismissed at noon.
Even better.
Yeah. Chances are I may take a trip with my colleagues to the library afterwards to read a book. But
right.
That's what we teachers like to do.
That's what you like to do.
That's what we like to go.
Very
to the
disappointed because I don't think that's what you're doing.
It just sounds like
dare
he's
you
trying
debase
to
the
say
library
strip
like that.
Club, but he's definitely not like
strip club.
I don't know why.
Everybody's like brain goes in a whole different direction when you do that. So you just have to
I'm
know
going with
that
my
whatever you're
coworkers.
saying and you think you're making it
It's
better,
like,
you're just making it that much worse.
And we're gonna read a book. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know
That
where
could
you're
be anything, really.
going. To be very clear,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't
we
think
cannot
Ghost
let him get away with
is
this
ever
kind
or
of
has
innocence.
ever
I
gone
just...
to a strip club. It's just where my brain went. I don't know why.
Like half my colleagues are female, but yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, they'll have fun there too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't understand how you could think that that would be a bad thing for them. Like, come
Right,
on.
yeah. Yeah.
Ladies like ladies too, gentlemen. I hate to tell
Yeah.
you. But...
And hopefully there's some male
suppose.
speakers there too.
I
Jeez.
suppose.
Okay. Well, whatever you're doing,
Oh,
Ghost, on
leader.
Friday, I hope you have fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a good time.
Remember that wolf has mod powers. Oh shoot, so do you.
Yeah.
Leader's safe.
Do
Leader's
not
safe
to
on
paste
YouTube.
library
Striker,
books.
those
So
emotes are so freaking cute.
Aren't
I
they?
cannot tell you how I am so thrilled about those. They're
I
so
love the
freaking cute.
grump one. It's so good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all amazing, but anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mumbles did such a good job.
Absolutely.
Well, in fact, we're gonna give a shout out to Mumbles.
Yeah.
We may get some sort of a
Nice.
sound clip on here, but I'm just gonna talk over it. Mumbles, amazing artist, lots of fun to play Phasmo and golf with your friends with as well, and she's just so cool. She did such a
That's
good job
awesome.
on those emotes. Gosh, we're 1 week away from our 1 year anniversary stream. I can't believe it.
I'm
That's
so
insane.
excited.
Year. We've been doing this for a year. It's gonna be episode 50 because we only missed 2 weeks this year, which is amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing
That's
that we.
not
Well, I
bad.
think one of those was a one shot that was not related to the main
It
story,
might have been
right?
2.
Might have been.
Yeah, it might have
both.
been.
So we've hit every Tuesday. this
Because
year. Is that right?
we had a one shot for Megan's birthday, but it was not a one shot because, of course, it wasn't.
Right.
So I,
Ended up.
So that
might
was
have- I
like
don't know.
technically right.
Yeah. As
was
with
so much
everything,
fun.
when we bring a guest player on for a session, or we have a one shot, always ends up being a 2 shot.
Right. Okay, Megan. you're
That's right.
That's the okay. I'm just confused.
Right. That's right. That's while Flutter was here.
Yep.
Right on. Well, shall we dive into it?
Yes.
Let's
Absolutely.
Go. All right, friends.
I'm terrified.
So, if we go to, what's my? This is the one.
Andy Pantaloons.
Andy
Cheers.
Pants. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen you in forever.
Right.
I know she's here.
Andy? How are you doing, Andy? Oh, my goodness, it's so good to see you. I hope you've been well. You're unpacking. Nice. Nice.
First, I had to reread that because I was like, "Oh no!" I thought you were packing, and I was like, "Oh no, not
Oh,
again."
no.
Okay, unpacking is good.
Yeah, unpacking is good. Oh my goodness. Well, listen in, enjoy yourself, take care. Okay, yeah. So there is, as I went through preparing this session, I realized that what I find interesting in a story may be disturbing to some others. There's nothing that I think crosses a line, but I did put a little bit of a warning in tonight's chat that this session is going to deal with some themes. And so if those are themes that you struggle with in your life, please seek support from your community of care, or if necessary, a professional. I think that's overreacting on my part, but I'd rather overreact than underreact for something
Yeah.
like this. So moving on. While we are playing D&D here, we like to attempt to look at chat as little as possible, kind of put chat away, and focus on the role play. But we like for you, our community, to still feel like you have something to do while watching the stream. You can still interact with us in some ways. And so we came up with this Winds of Chaos community engagement system where you can use your bits to influence the course of the stream and the course of the campaign. So for 300 bits, you can give one of our heroes a useful mundane item. So mundane in this case means a non-magical item. Just something that might be useful. They've got to go descend down into a cave, climb down into a cave, they happen to find a rope. If they're being chased by a giant ogre and manage to come into a room and close the door behind them, maybe they find an iron bar that they can brace the door with or something like that. For 400 bits, you can give a monster a mining mutation, so to give them a bit of a buff to make them a little bit harder to fight, or add a little bit of a twist to a combat encounter. For 500 bits, it's a major mutation for a major buff, and in some cases a huge curveball to the encounter. How these work is that our very own Bow the Distance put together a wonderful random monster mutation table with some input from myself and the rest of the community, but 90% of the legwork was certainly Bo. They put together this wonderful table where whenever we redeem a mutation, we roll on the mutation table, and that effect instantaneously happens to that monster. So a minor mutation is 1 roll on the table, a major mutation is 2 rolls, 2 mutations on the table, and the monster will regain some health. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. All of our player characters, Monster, Foodle, Kiona, each have some character flaws that are listed on a document that you can find on my Discord, the Cauliflops Discord, and the Flutterdye Discord under the appropriate section, Dungeons and Dragons or Winds of Chaos. Pinned document, look it up, and tell us what flaw you would like to compel. For 700 bits, you can grant inspiration to 1 player character. That's an automatic reroll of a d20, of a die. Helps some of our characters get out of sticky situations. For 800 bits, it is the community favorite, make Flutterdye roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. Flutter's character, Kiona, is a wild magic sorcerer who does not have full control over her magical faculties and sometimes causes strange things to happen. Some of them are meant to be helpful, some of them are meant to be harmful, some of them are just plain weird, like grease or turning into a houseplant. Or
I just poisoned a nearby creature. If I had just rolled for real.
Nearby creature on that one.
Yeah.
So for 800 bits, anytime she casts a a leveled spell, there's a 1 in 20 chance that a Wild Magic Surge will happen. You can turn that 1 in 20 chance into a dead certainty. Maybe I shouldn't use the phrase dead certainty. It's almost happened a couple of times.
A couple of times. Terrifyingly.
You can turn that into a certainty with your 800 bits. Finally, subscribers to my channel, that's twitch.tv/ghostpepper, the channel that you're watching this on right now, can create a custom NPC or magic item of appropriate level. Right now we're at level 7 to appear in the campaign. Please DM me on Discord for more information about that. Finally, we just started up a coffee account because we've recently become much more interested, and our community has become a bit more interested in us kind of taking this stream to the next level, paying for some improvements to the campaign, such as Sirenscape, which you're kind of listening to right now in the background. I don't know if you can hear it, I turned the music way down. But yeah, paying for a Sirenscape subscription. We're looking at a couple of other things that are coming up. Look at that, the timer went off. And so if you feel like you want to help us out with a monthly contribution to help us pay for some of these subscription services and improvements to the stream and to the campaign, please click the link that just got posted in chat by my chatbot there, and you can head over to that website, sign up for a monthly subscription. It is $5 US, which is the equivalent of a Twitch subscription, and with that you get once per month a free major monster mutation or Wild Magic Surge or custom NPC or magic item to appear in the campaign. So it's basically, if you're somebody who already, will throw a major monster mutation at us once a month, or wants to make a magic item once a month or something like that, or wants to make Kiona poof once a month, this is one way that you can still do that and have a positive impact on supporting our stream. So meant to be
For
not
a steady
asking our-
supply of Kiona smoke leaf.
Yeah. How many more does Foodle have? Why don't you
Let me
look that
check.
up and let us know? But basically, yeah, it's just one way that you can support the stream. It's not meant to be asking anybody to contribute more than they already do. It's just asking for a little bit of support if you like what we do and you want to if you want to continue seeing us grow and improve our stream. So far, our non-us. Because we contribute to this as well. Our non-us monthly contributors are Bo the Distance and Bruce Campbell Soup. So thank you both so much
So
for
much
your
love.
contributions. I am going to be posting a month-end update on my Discord pretty soon, because we're about a month in with this, just on what exactly we're spending the money on and where that money is going.
Get an update out there.
I want to be completely transparent with you.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff that is being sent through coffee is going into any of our pockets as such. We're using it to pay for services and things that improve the campaign and improve this stream. So, with that, I actually forgot to.
You didn't
pose
ask
you
us a
guys the
question.
ahead of time.
You didn't
Well, we
ask
can
us a
use-
question.
Well, you're gonna have
Ghost,
to-
we could use the question of the day.
What is the question of the
that is
day?
the idea. The question of the day is the roleplay warm-up question.
Okay.
So the question of the day is, if your character had a warning label, what would it say?
Warning, highly explosive.
Yeah.
I really just think that's what it is for Kiona. I really feel like.
It just
Heck
says
yeah,
like
it is.
keep back 30 feet.
Right?
You
The
get,
theme
like,
of warning, I
splash.
have a bell. Yes.
Yeah, Ephemus is good. I have a bell. That was my
Oh my
favorite.
God.
Oh my goodness, that sound clip. Holy.
Right? It is the best in the world. It's so
Yeah.
good.
I like the idea. Yeah, Kiona has like a splash zone or something like
Right? Yeah.
Like
Warning,
a-
you
like
may
at a
get
whale
wet
show
or
something
melted
like
or exploded or
It would just
Grease.
be
Greased up.
that. Yep. Yep.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Right? I was going to say, half of these are really not that terrible, you guys, if they were in the right context. I just...
Yeah, Cinder.
But some of them will
Cinder-
kill you. So...
Cinder right
Yeah.
now is attempting to claw his way out of the grave. If he is
Oh,
indeed in
God.
the grave, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Mick.
yes,
Cinder
that's
lives.
a good trigger.
You stand outside fireball range. Yeah. What about Mazra or Foodle?
Oh man, I was thinking about that. I don't know. Like, he hates gnomes. Or no, not gnomes. He is a gnome. He hates goblins. But like, I don't know that he's gonna attack him on sight, you know? I don't know if that's like a warning thing. I think maybe, you know, warning is very loud or something like that, because Poodle's just like, and of course he's got his musket too, right? So it's like a decibel warning or something. I don't know.
Would be
Right,
like something like,
right.
warning, make sudden left turns.
They shoot on set. Yeah, yeah. He hits himself. No.
Can be something related to his cannibalism, like do not show exposed skin, or
Oh my God. Man,
not-
threaten to
do
eat
not
a couple
stand.
folks one time.
do not
stand
put fingers
downwind.
through the bars.
And it wasn't just one time. There are multiple blurbs.
There are, you've done it
There
multiple
are
times, my
multiple
friend.
blurbs,
Yes, you
yeah.
have,
Oh,
for
no.
sure.
Oh no.
What's Mazra's warning label?
It's probably something like warning may cause irritability or Stomach upset.
Oh my god! All right, leaders was the best for foodle, I think.
Gosh, it
You
thinks
guys
you
all
look
had better ones than me,
delicious.
but
Things you look delicious, yeah. Heck yeah,
Oh
heck yeah.
man,
All right.
that's what we need to put on a T-shirt. Foodle like doing the thing on his hands on his hips, like saying, "You look awfully delicious to me."
That's on Megan's mug. That's on Megan's mug.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I love
Foodle.
it.
It's the goose art of Foodle for
It's
the limited
fantastic.
run
We need to do
charity
I need-
Pride Month
I know.
charity. Show that shirt off, Collie.
Oh
Oh,
right,
yeah.
hold on.
that. Oh yeah,
Shirt, yeah.
Let me go grab it. You guys keep going. Also,
wearing
does
it.
somebody want to
You're
tell
wearing it.
Ghost my
You're wearing
brilliant
the
idea?
shirt?
You're-
Oh well, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause this is the
This is a different one.
Yeah.
chaos
Oh,
one.
well-
yeah.
I need a Foodles Diner shirt that says, "We're ready to serve you."
We're ready to serve you.
Just scared in the background.
Yeah.
Anyway, our idea was, we can talk about it off stream too.
Wait, what?
Okay. All right. So it's up to you guys. Is that
Oh,
what
yeah.
we're doing then?
Well, it's just because it's just business.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it?
Let's talk business after then. Let's get in because Megan is criticizing us for being windbags, which is fair.
Absolutely.
We're just gonna wait for
Cheers.
Collie to get back.
That should be our group name, the Discretionary Windbags.
No, because you're not discretionary. You're not discretionary. I'm not. No one is
But
gonna
it's
call
like
you
an
that. I want you to know
oxymoron,
that.
it's because
I
if
want
you're a
you to- I
windbag,
want you
you're
to know
probably
that.
not discretionary. It's just,
I
I
want you
think
to know
that's
that.
like
It's
a
like-
fun.
That's like saying. That's like telling people that you want your personal nickname to be the dragon. Nobody is gonna call you that. I'm telling you right now.
I'm the dragon.
This is the problem, though, guys, and this is a job for chat. Come up with a group name for us. We still can't
Ooh,
figure
yeah.
out what we need to be
I
like
thought
called.
the discretionaries was
group.
perfect because
Well,
it could not be
we were
less
just-
accurate. And it's what our group would think that we are and be like, or at least Foodle for sure would be like, oh yeah, we're discretionary.
I think only Foodle thinks that.
The windbags of chaos. But we're saying like in the campaign,
I know,
Yeah, in
that's
the
the
campaign.
thing.
like our
we
group
are-
in the campaign
They're-
needs to be
they-
called
this party is
something.
definitely the windbags of chaos. In a
Oh,
in a
yeah,
meta
we are.
sense. In a meta sense, yeah. Try calling yourself the
Right.
discretionaries and see how it goes. I just said I will not have an NPC acknowledge you as discretionary.
Damn it.
So,
All right,
guys,
friends.
if you have an idea,
Shall we get ourselves
Not Bodie McBoatface.
started?
All right, yes, let's go.
what?
Let's do it.
Yes.
Bodie McBothface. Oh my god.
Let's have him do it.
Let me see. So I'm just gonna change my music here. All right. So the last time.
I feel like I want to dance now. Thank you, Ghost
There
Pepper.
you go. You're welcome. The last time we left off, you were investigating. What the heck were you investigating? Dyer. You had finally found up on the lead to investigate Dyer. He, in fact, gave you a job in turn. You found him giving a sermon inside of this almshouse that kind of resonated with a few of you, maybe even all three of you to a certain extent. You found yourself kind of, maybe not really hating this guy too much. He gave you a job to find 5 members of his congregation that had gone missing. The latest lead that you were able to find took you to a a house in the Duskway that was kind of a known home being used by the Order of Dusk for some of their criminal activities. You know, you went inside, you found a kind of like an unlicensed tavern, evidence that it was being used as like a gambling house, things like that. Venturing into the kitchen, you found a loose drainage grate. It was actually covering up a set of stone stairs that led you down into a hidden cellar level connected to the Lysantia sewers. Going around the sewers, you ended up encountering some bandits, some ne'er-do-wells beneath the city streets in one of the tunnels. And in the middle of your scuffle with them, the doors to a chamber swung open, and out strolled a familiar sort of mutated human necromancer that you had dealt with previously. It was a tough fight. The mutation granted to this criminal who had attacked you in an alleyway a few days earlier and been transformed by the winds of chaos in to have this like needle fanged mouth and long whip-like tongue. Had also apparently also granted him enhanced magical powers as well. And after a few devastating spells popped off, you somehow still managed to defeat him. And as you investigated the next chamber, you found a grisly kind of abattoir of a sacrificial chamber, stone altar in the middle of a magic circle, which after some careful study you found was the point B of the teleportation circle that you found, or you strongly suspect anyway that it was the point B of the teleportation circle that you found in the basement of the Temple of Light. You also found the bodies of 4 of Dyer's congregation, kind of dead, sacrificed, mutilated, piled up in a corner. It was at that point that a initiate Raedra of the Knights Radiant was leading a team of paladins from the Temple of Light into the sewers, also following up on a similar lead to you. And in your discussion with her, she revealed that the necromancer who you killed was in fact the 5th member of the congregation that you had been sent to try to find and track down, kind of painting a picture to you as you began to realize that within this Dyer's religious movement and organization, possibly at the very tippy top with Dyer himself and his inner circle, there's some kind of like sacrificial tradition happening here. Some kind of plot is afoot. Rachel also confided in you that the Knights Radiant had begun under orders, had begun to sweep through the city streets and begin to arrest many of Dyer's followers. And it was at that point when you kind of emerged from the sewers and into the city, you found Lysantia embroiled in an incredible amount of tension, and feeling like things are about to kick off in this city if something doesn't happen soon to stabilize. However, with nothing else to do at this moment, and any communication with King Seamus and his officials, kind of just coming back to you with we'll call on you when we need you. You bunker down at the Northgate Inn, simply waiting for word of what to do next. And early in the morning, a little knock comes at your at the door to the common door that connects all of your bed chambers.
Have we been reset? Is this a night? Is the
Yes,
rest?
you had a long
Okay.
rest. Yeah, everybody's
Okay.
reset. Thank you
Alright.
for clarifying that.
I just wanted to double check.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's important. Okay, so there's a little knock at your door. You guys are kind of in like a suite of rooms, a suite of sort of connected bedrooms, and then there's one common door.
Kiona will stumble to the door and open it. Hi, what's going on?
You look down, and there's a boy standing there, probably about 9 years old, looking up at you. You're Miss Neely.
Yeah.
Someone waiting down in the common room for you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll be down in a couple minutes.
Kind of holds out a hand.
Yeah. Hold on, and she'll go and grab a couple of coins out of the bag, a couple of silver, I guess, and give them to the kid.
Oh, hey! Thank you very much, miss. I like you. And he pockets that and he scampers off.
Yana, oh, was that breakfast?
No, that was some kid telling me that that there's somebody waiting for us downstairs.
Oh. Did they say who?
No, I guess I could have asked. I didn't think about that.
Oh. Well, I mean, guess we'll go see.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well, right? We're up now.
I'm hungry anyway.
Mazra?
Depending on who it is, I'll come back up here and go to bed.
Oh, okay. And Foodle's gonna put on... He's gonna put on his fine clothes.
Fine clothes.
His finery.
Yeah.
With his leather fur-lined cloak. And head on down.
Yep, and Kiona's not gonna quite go that far with the way her outfit looks today. She thinks.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I was gonna ask, how cold has it been getting recently? Like, is it?
It's been starting.
That's true.
A bit cooler.
Okay. But we're not like, it's not like risking snowing yet or anything like that.
Not quite yet, no.
Okay.
Right. Kiona's got a leather jacket for the cooler weather. That's what she wears. So she'll do that. She'll go down, and with Foodle and Mazra, assuming Mazra goes with us.
Oh yeah, she'll go.
Okay. Foodle's gonna wave and say hello to everybody in the bar. Or in the tavern.
By now you're a little bit familiar, and you know, some of the people kind of look up, some of the regulars at least, look up and just go, "Hey, Mr. Shepard, morning to you."
Hello.
And as you are, it's all three of you entering this common area now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. As you walk into the common area, you find one person. You find a number of people who are familiar. You know, there's a couple of old guys sitting at the bar, sipping some tea. There are not too many people who slam whiskey back at 9 in the morning at this particular establishment. Maybe at Dibney Fritz's, but not this one. So a couple of old guys that you often see sitting at the bar sipping some tea. There's a gaggle of kind of late 30s to middle-aged ladies who kind of come and they meet up once a week and sort of swap stories and sort of giggle and laugh and take some time to make fun of their husbands, because most husbands deserve to be made fun of. Let's be honest. But one person who you don't recognize is sitting alone at a table, kind of near the entrance to the bar, a little bit set off to the side. A kind of bronze-skinned, dark-haired elf, black-haired elf, with a couple of papers, a few papers, kind of stacked up on the bar next to him.
Wait, they didn't say hello. Do you think that's the person we're supposed to meet?
I'm pretty sure that's probably the person. Yes.
Okay. All right. So.
Then walk up to the bar and then walk up to the guy. This will be a case of Foodle and Kiona both trying to like be the person that gets in there first, but like
Yeah.
Kiona is quite frankly bigger, so she's gonna like step over Foodle.
As Foodle's saying
as
that,
you-
she's sort of.
As
Yeah.
you approach the sort of bronze-skinned elf, well, let our guest player for the night take it away. Here we go. Oh.
Huzzah!
Hello.
We have a striker in our midst.
Oh!
Megan's back.
I'm
Megan's
back.
here.
Yay!
Um,
Right.
so the first thing you notice, when this guy looks up, it's not a FEMA. First thing you notice is it's not a FEMA. The first thing you notice is that across his right eye, there's just like this long slanted scar, and it very clearly actually raked across his eye at some point in the past. And the inside of his eye, instead of looking like he's not wearing an eye patch, obviously, and instead of looking like blighted or like the eye is dead, there's sort of this bright blue glow that comes from his eye, like constantly. And if you look, you'd have to get pretty close to him, but if you look really close, it looks like there might be some magic runes sort of glowing around the inner portion of his eye. He looks a bit weathered. Like elves don't necessarily look old, but he looks weathered, like he's seen some things. And he kind of looks you over, and he says, "Are you the new owners of the Angevine house?"
Yes, we do happen to be them.
Yeah, that's us.
I am a member of the Order of the Knights Radiant, and while I'm mostly here on some unofficial business, I do understand that my order has some information that you were looking for.
Oh?
What to information? What is this pertaining to exactly?
Well, you encountered one of my colleagues yesterday or a few days ago, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Kid?
that's right.
It's
It's been a long week. Yes, yes, I do believe we did. Right.
It was in regards to the Order of Dusk.
Right.
He's kind of like looking at you guys to see if there's any like recognition about anything that he's talking about on any of your faces.
Okay. I'm having a player character mismatch.
We need to
I
re-
don't remember,
you-
but I don't know if
you-
Foodle remembers.
You wanted to know what was going on in the sewer, Rachel
Right.
kind of blew you off and was like, "There's nothing to see here. We're going to investigate." You
Yeah.
extracted a promise from her that she would keep you in the loop about what they found.
Right.
Okay. Oh, okay,
Right.
okay. That's
Right.
what the okay, alright. Alright, cool. So Foodle's gonna say, "Oh, yes. Yeah. You
We should
do you know Raedra?"
He smiles in a somewhat amused fashion, and he says, "Yes, I don't know her personally, but I've spoken with her since I arrived in town."
Oh, okay. Well, what what's afoot?
we should
What's the
probably not
news?
have this conversation here in the middle of the
Oh,
bar.
right. Yeah. Good point. Uh, but
If you
wait,
don't mind
wish.
joining us upstairs.
Oh yeah, okay.
If you'd prefer, I don't mind.
Yeah. So we will head upstairs, and on the way, Kiona will ask the whoever's in charge that day to bring us up some food and
Oh,
drinks.
perfect. Foodle is gonna do that too.
Because
Foodle's hungry.
right. So right. For that, and then escort our new companion up the stairs to our
Yeah,
chamber.
it's just in here. Okay.
Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
He'll just kind of he just kind of looks for the first chair that seems like it's like in a grouping of chairs and just kind of sits down. He doesn't seem particularly bothered by whether or not it's actually a comfortable place. And he sort of rakes his hand through his hair for a moment, and he says, "I suppose I should start by asking all of your names."
Oh yeah. Hi, I'm Foodle Sheppin. And we're the oh shit. The discretionaries.
Does he say the "oh shit" first?
No.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. Yes.
He does not. He does not.
Uh,
He says it very confidently all at once.
the elf kind of arches an eyebrow and says, "Okay."
That's not official. I'm Kiona Neely.
We're working on it.
We're thinking about it.
Okay. He looks at Mazra.
Astra.
I am Darfin Filar Lethlariel.
That's a mouthful.
It is. You can call me Darfin. It's
Darfin.
easier.
Oh, okay. Darfin, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well. I wish I was here under better circumstances. But as I said, I guess I should start with the reports that my colleagues put together for you.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Never call them that, or I'll kill this character. You can't use my own emote against me, that's cheating. So he shuffles through the papers a little bit, and he says, "I don't think they've fully finished their investigation, and I have to apologize because I haven't actually participated in the investigation myself for reasons that will probably become apparent very soon. The evidence that they have recovered is not painting a very nice picture. It seems as though Dyer's movement may be some kind of death cult. It seems as though the senior members gain initiation into some form of secret inner circle, and this group of inner circle initiates sacrifice those who are duped into joining the movement as junior members. We think that they think that they're unlocking some sort of secret power via this ritual, whatever it is. In the main portion of the room where I believe you encountered my colleague originally, there was a mysterious tablet with a relief carved into it on the upraised portion of floor, which depicts an elf holding a box in both hands, with rays of light shining from the artifact in all directions. But from what I understand, no one in the Temple of Light can discern what it means. They don't appear to have seen anything similar to it in the past.
Can we like do like a check, like a does
Yeah,
this ring a
do we
bell
know,
in my brain check?
Ghost Pepper, when
Ghost,
you
just
do
to be
that, it's
sure.
changing your screen.
Yeah.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I
How?
can
On
read all of
screen,
your
It's
on
texts.
thankfully
screen we
not like
see, yeah.
doxing you or
no.
anything, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you? There you are. This is because I still can't get the pop out to work on Discord.
oh, because you can't pop it
Oh.
out. That's
Yeah,
so
I can't
bizarre.
pop it out.
That is so
Oh.
weird.
So hold on. I
Ah.
need to open
Sorry.
up the I need to open up the Discord website. If
Ah.
I need to.
I do have a charcoal rubbing of
What a
the image,
pain.
if you are interested.
Yes,
He'll
if
go
you
ahead and,
wouldn't
hand
mind.
over the paper.
Yes, Darfin, thank you. I was actually about to ask what the box looks like.
I can safely say I've never seen anything like this, although I wouldn't consider myself an expert on church matters, even though I am a member of the Knights Radiant.
Kiona wants a good look at that too.
Not a fan.
Of the church?
Of the picture.
Well, I was asking about the church.
Oh.
I mean, I am a member of the order that protects the church. I'm not sure why you think I would do that if I wasn't a fan, but if you're asking, do I peddle the same scripture as the priests? Not exactly. I'm not a priest myself.
Right.
You just basically asked
So-
a Catholic monk if he believes in Catholicism. Like,
Just can I see that, Robin?
Yeah, I'd
he'll
be
hand-
curious to
he'll
see
hand
it
it over.
too.
He'll hand it
He-
over.
Here's a question, Darfin. I know it's still very early in the investigation. Do we know yet? I mean, the corruption in the Temple of Light went all the way to the top. Do we know yet how deep this cult goes in Dyer's organization?
GM.
Oh, sorry.
Do I know this information?
it's
He'll-
kind of was in the information that.
Okay, he'll take a minute. He'll take a minute to think about it, and he'll say again, I just want to convey to the group of you that I've only just arrived in town myself. So I am sort of playing messenger here, which is not something I usually do, but it seemed prudent given the circumstances. My understanding is that it seems as though this corruption goes pretty far in Dyer's organization. The senior messengers seem to be initiates of this inner circle. The senior members seem to be initiated into the inner circle.
Right.
Words are hard. I'm not familiar with the Order of Dusk myself. So I wouldn't know what to think of this dire
Okay.
gentleman.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there's no like super direct link yet. What does the rubbing look like? Oh, wait, was that a
Right,
character?
Ghost. Can we? Yeah. Can we examine the rubbing and see if we recognize that box?
Yeah, so Darfin passes over the rubbing, and it's an elf in resplendent regalia. You can't tell the gender of the elf by looking, but in resplendent regalia, flowing robes, long hair, holding up in profile, holding up two hands, and there's a sort of tall box, tall rectangular box held in both hands, and then rays kind of shining out of the open top of the box, and you can see some figures all around. You're humanoid of some kind, like bipedal, but there's so many of them you can't get a good look at any individual one, kind of recoiling at the sight of the light. Everybody can roll an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. All right.
Roll
At
an
advantage,
intelligence
right?
check. No. Why?
Shit. Okay.
Is that just
Oh my
is that just straight up like your like
Yeah, just add
uh
intelligence.
okay.
Yeah.
3.
Can I?
I got
Fiona
a
rolled a
2.
3.
I got a 2
I
plus
got a-
0. So
Right? That's what we are all dumb as we haven't
I
had
got-
coffee yet.
I'd like to do a religion check if I can, although I'm not
Okay.
actually proficient in
Yep.
it.
I got a 15 total.
Bo.
15 total. Okay. I will
I
say,
don't know. Shit.
so far this campaign, every time this comes up, and this is probably the third or fourth time this has come up in the campaign, with these boxes, you guys absolutely
We cannot
tank
see shit.
on your intelligence roll. It's almost. I might need to add something into the game where it's like these boxes come with a memory blocker, but this is another one. Of
It's the same box,
red
right?
lacquer box. Yep.
Damn it.
Red
That's
lacquer
exactly
box
what I
with
was gonna
gold
add.
That's what
ring.
I was thinking. Yeah.
Yep.
you read our minds, Ghost.
My note actually says, and here, Bo, you want to listen to this. What WTF is up, Fieldine, in all caps.
Yeah, exactly. And we just handed it over to
I
Fielding,
know, I know.
So-
We just gave it to her.
Oh,
So, like,
To
God.
be fair, you have no idea what it is. You have no idea what it is.
No.
no, but
Oh,
these people
I know.
picture are scared of it, so now I'm wondering.
So yeah, you see
Hey,
this.
man.
You remember it as the box that you saw the queen of Ilion, the human queen of the elven kingdom of Ilion, carrying with her as she walked into the tomb to be interred alive with her dead husband, the king of Ilion. And also the same red lacquer box that you found in the dungeons beneath Duromon. Yeah, that's the right one. Duromon, where Fieldine was looking for that particular item and carried it away with her afterwards.
It means
Well-
nothing to Darfin because I rolled a 3.
Yeah.
Yay, we're all rolling 3s or less. Huzzah.
Well, the
So
only one who has
Mazra-
this thought is
Mazra's
Mazra.
the only one who
Right, Mazra.
remembers it.
Okay.
Mazra's the one.
Okay. Poodle's just like, is that really a box? I don't know.
I think we've seen this before.
Uh-huh.
What?
Those boxes that keep popping up everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Seen a
wait.
box
It's,
like this before?
Yep.
Foodle,
yeah.
this revelation has you so shook that you feel the need to light up.
Oh no, you're right. Wait, we have seen this before, Mazra. Which by the way, Mazra and I need to switch. Mazra, you're right. This was the box that the Elven Queen was interred with. You remember? Oh no, what does it mean? That can't be good. Oh no. Foodle reaches into his bag and pulls out. We're gonna use Fubar, Snoz's pipe. It's a double barrel glass smoke leaf pipe with ornate bud
God.
vines throughout the design. In cursive on the left side, it says Fubar in curling vines. And at the tip of the pipe is a small cauliflower.
What is the smoke leaf here again in this town?
I don't know,
Unknown,
but
I
I'm in my
think.
room,
You know,
so I don't.
King
Oh, you went into
Seamus-
your room? Did you?
Well, that's where
specify?
we all
Seamus,
went.
We went upstairs, yeah.
Well, we're in like our common area.
He's
You're
just,
doing
he's
this
just doing it right in
the
front of
stranger.
us.
Yes.
Right. Okay, you're just doing it in front
Yeah.
of the strangers.
Yeah,
That's
you're
all I'm
in-
doing.
you're in the
It's
common
extremely
area of your
discretionary,
town.
one might
Seamus.
say.
King Seamus, the ruler of Cormantia, and more or less the de facto ruler of the city of Lysantia, is pretty chill. You know, smoke leaf is legal. Seamus believes that it has a number of medicinal properties and health benefits and whatnot. Something that others in his kingdom don't exactly agree with. The temple of light frowns upon its usage. You know, being that it alters the blessed body, your blessed person, kind of thing.
Darfin doesn't say anything.
Darfin can feel about that however he
Darfin
wants.
doesn't seem to give a shit when the smoke leaf pipe gets pulled out. So.
All right.
Boodle was in a little bit of a rush in his panic over this revelation and accidentally pulled out one of the Kiona leaves.
Oh no.
So, I don't know. Kiona, do you want to... Or I guess I've got the...
You
dice
can do
here,
it.
don't I?
You
Okay.
can do it.
All right.
Just-
Gosh.
Tell me
Darfin
what
is
number you got.
Darfin jots down a note.
That can't be good.
Careful, he's a narc.
Darfin
Okay,
has
I
a
got a-
heresy list.
I got a 40 and a 0. Is that just
No.
40?
Has nothing to do with the smoke
40
leaf.
and
It
a
is
zero,
just
that's
40.
That's 40.
Yeah. Which would mean if you were me, you would change your race. I don't know if that works that way with that.
We're not
Okay.
gonna
Ooh,
Kiona
okay.
is hard enough to keep track of.
Otherwise, you're regaining 2d10 hit points.
Okay, so Voodle's starting to feel a bit better.
Foodle,
You should
can
be at
have
max hit points. So.
you can have 2d10 temporary hit points.
Ooh,
Right? Ooh, that's good. That's
Ooh.
nice. Thank
okay.
you, DM, for that creative
Thank
use
you.
of the Wild Magic Search table.
That's an 8 and a 6. Ooh.
Nice.
That's 14.
When they said something about the lacquer box that the Elven Queen was interred with, that would spark something, that would mean something to Darfin.
Roll a history check.
Trained in that either.
What is dark? Oh gosh, I guess we'll find out.
You don't know. You don't know.
I don't fucking know.
15.
15. So here's what you know about this. First of all, that the last king of Ilion, his wife was human.
Mm.
So his queen consort was human. You know that. She herself was an important noblewoman from a nearby human kingdom. Married him. You know that it is the custom of Ilion that when their monarch dies, they are interred in the royal tomb, and the monarch's consort, be they male, female, whatever, are interred alive with them inside the tomb, because the consort is kind of like protecting their body and guiding their path to the afterlife.
And would he know anything about any kind of artifact that they would tend to carry with them into this final end? Like, what if traditionally they did carry artifacts into the tombs?
Not specifically, but you do know that there were stories of Ilion possessing a number of quite impressive and quite ancient artifacts of mysterious provenance and unknown properties. And there were rumors, which may have just been confirmed to you or inferred to be confirmed, but there were rumors of the goblin invasion of the continent west of the Storm Spires ending with Ilion unleashing some kind of ancient magic.
And where else have you seen a box like this?
Oodle's gonna look at
We
Mazra.
mentioned the entombing with the
Yeah, that's what he says. He says, "Where else have you seen a
Oh.
box like this?"
Oodle's going to keep his mouth shut and look at Mazra.
Yeah, Kiona's not going there either.
You said that you've seen these boxes crop up several times. Where else have you seen them?
Around.
I'm not sure why you think keeping this a secret from me is a good idea, since I specifically came here to help you with information about this death cult.
You say you don't know anything about this, Robin?
It doesn't mean anything to me, but it seems to mean something to you. I mean, if you are investigating the same death cult that my colleagues are investigating, I'm not sure why you think keeping information secret from the investigators will help you.
Oodle's looking between Mazra and Darfin, and visibly looks like he wants to say something.
Well, I think our concern was the fact that in this whole situation, there were temple individuals tied up in the whole thing. So hopefully you can understand we're a little bit wary about who we can trust.
I mean, I think that you have made assumptions about me that are perhaps mistaken.
Sort.
Did you just say?
Said what sort?
Oh, I just heard sit, and I was
Yeah,
like,
that's all I heard too. I was like, what?
Yeah, it could have been my mic.
I thought you said sorry, and then just nothing else.
Mazra doesn't say sorry. No, no.
Yeah, I've never
Sorry-
heard Mazra
Sorry
say
for making assumptions, but I'm gonna maintain those assumptions.
well, for one thing, you seem to think I may have been associated with the priest who was arrested, but as I've tried to tell you, I've only just arrived back in town. I don't live here. I'm known around here, and if you ask people my name, they'll probably tell you things, but I'm not associated with the people you seem so concerned about. If there is corruption in the church that I am sworn to protect, that information, and you have information in regards to that, that would be useful information. I am sworn to protect the light, not corrupt priests.
Oodle takes another puff and then blurts out, Darfin, where are you from?
He kind of sighs. Sorry. Kind of sighs, and he says, "It's a surprisingly complicated question because I'm not sure I feel like I'm from anywhere anymore. I have been fighting in so many different places for such a long time. I don't know if I call any place home anymore.
Well,
The road,
I guess.
maybe?
Are you? Do you hail from Gurpok at all?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Foodle's gonna look back at Mazra. And Foodle clearly, to anyone looking, Foodle definitely wants to say something.
Right, Foodle's gonna explode if we don't figure out how to.
Look, let's just say we found it in a tomb on the other side of the mountain.
So you have one of these boxes.
We don't have it. No, we do not. We're not in possession of it. We just found one.
But you know someone who does have one.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And the name of that individual?
Foodle's like
I feel like
rocking.
maybe I feel like maybe it's not necessary to share that particular piece of information at this moment in time.
Do you know
Suffice
what
it
they
to
did?
say, we know who they are.
Do you know what they did with this box, or what they were planning to do with this box?
No.
Do you think that they were a member of a death cult?
I kind of feel like probably not, but
But you
Just
don't
to-
know for sure.
Just no. They weren't so much a death cultist
I
as
mean,
just
how
a
well
chair.
do you know somebody, really?
I only
he
knew them for
makes-
like an hour.
A face that suggests that that was a very interesting statement. He jots down a few more notes. And he tucks the paper into his pocket. You are the current owners of the Angevin house.
Yeah, about that. I'm not sure what that has to do with this cult thing, but
They're
Foodle,
under-
why don't you go and see where our food is? Aren't you hungry?
Okay,
I'm hungry.
okay. Foodle
I-
leaves the room to go check on the food.
The two aren't specifically related. It's just that I came here to talk to you about the Angevin house, and I figured it would make sense for me to carry the information from my order
Okay.
rather than having two different conversations.
Right. I appreciate that. I've heard rumors about this so-called haunting going on in this house, and I don't know what that is, but we need to avoid that with Foodle if at all possible.
Well, it's kind of the reason I'm here.
Okay. Just,
So you've confirmed that the house is haunted.
I mean, I didn't necessarily say that maybe.
We're like 95% sure.
I knew the former owners of the house, the Angevin family.
Huh.
If one of their souls is involved in this, then I think it is my responsibility to tend to the issue.
But like
Well-
exercise the ghost or what?
Well, if there's a ghost to be exorcised, possibly yes, but I didn't want to go to the grounds of the house and start poking around without permission. I would like to investigate this. I would like to find out what is happening. If there is
Oh.
something that needs to be done to do it, I feel I have. Well, this might sound odd to you, but I have a very strong feeling that there is something related to the family or to the grounds. I've felt for some time a sort of tug, a connection.
Right. Well,
I feel responsible for that.
I suppose you're as good a person as any as we have to investigate this. We definitely need to figure out what it is and if we need to do anything about it. But I don't know. Mazra, what do you think? Foodle's gonna freak out.
Well, he's gonna find out sooner or later.
I guess that's true. Well,
It may
No
be
big deal.
easier than trying to dance around it.
Have you experienced anything while you've been in this house? How long have you owned it?
2 days.
I
I
noticed that you're not
personally
staying
have.
there.
Well, the place is a mess. There's nowhere to sleep in there right now.
I see. I'm sorry, Kiona, I cut you off.
Nope, you're fine. Definitely had an experience there that is probably beyond what you would consider normal.
Apparently, this ghost may have also recommended a spa to us as well.
That was Foodle's dream, though.
Oh, well,
What did the ghost you encountered look like? Was it the same one that apparently recommended a spa?
I didn't see a ghost that was different than anything. I saw somebody I knew. And I didn't know anybody that owned that house.
Poodle. She knows that he had a dream, right? He told them, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Foodle told us about the dream. Yeah.
Yeah, Poodle had a dream, and there was a young woman in it. And apparently she was very nice and recommended a good spa, and it was a real place. And the attendant at the spa that we went to confirmed that apparently she also knew the family.
Mazra.
What was the name of
The
this young
journal.
woman?
Oh yeah, I found a journal under the bed in the room, one of the rooms as well.
Would you mind if I read it?
She'll go fetch it.
And the name of
Trella. Sorry.
He kind of, it looks like when you say the name, it kind of looks like it hits him, like this was a person that he knew. And he's quiet for a second, the way he was when you asked where he was from. And he says, I served with Trella's brother, Trayfair. We fought side by side before he died.
I see.
And I knew his sister. She was a very kind young woman.
Well, if Foodle's dreamings have anything to do with anything.
But he hasn't seen her outside of dreams, as far as you know.
I don't know. I don't think he told me anything about that. Something like that.
Do you know what happened to her?
I know that she disappeared after her brother died. I know that her father went mad with grief, murdered someone, and eventually took his own life.
Well, if you're interested in helping, we won't say no.
I'm aware of some of the servants who were working at the house at the time of these events. We could certainly attempt to speak to some of them. There was a servant who witnessed the murder named Mandritt, but he's been committed to a sanatorium to the east of the city. I feel we should speak with him at some point, although I don't know about his affliction. I don't know how much. There are some things I can do, but depending on the source of his trouble, I may not be able to assist him.
Worth a try.
I know that there are 2 other servants that still live in the city. Caitlin, who works at a dyer on the western outskirts of the city, and Roisin, who is a servant for the Doricks. They have a manor house just south of the palace here. I'm not sure how much they can tell us, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to speak with people who may have information. I've looked into this matter to some extent, but as I said, I've only just arrived. I didn't want to poke around too much without permission.
Well, we appreciate that, because if you had, we probably would have shot you.
He smiles and actually chuckles as if he's amused by that idea. And he's wearing, like, he's dressed in, like, the armament of a Knight Radiant. He's wearing full plate armor. He's carrying 2 long swords. He looks like he can handle himself in a fight.
The glowing gold ribbing.
Right.
And I mean, you've seen his face. Like he looks like he can handle himself in a fight.
Well,
I imagine at this point, Fuda would be about back with a fistful of food and news of breakfast coming.
Okay, wait, it's coming. Sorry, I may have gotten distracted. Ghost, I'll figure out a role for Foodle got distracted by a dice game. We'll figure that out off screen though. I think it's gonna be here in like 5 minutes. They were just finishing up the eggs.
Sounds good. But Foodle, I think maybe you should sit down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so Foodle goes over to one of the chairs and like sits down but gets taller because he's in a chair now. What is it? Are you okay, Kiona?
Yeah. Our friend Darpin here has some information about our house. You know that dream you had with the girl in the bathhouse?
Oh yeah, she was so nice. Trella? Oh.
Well,
I wonder who she is.
It turns out that she was an old friend of Darfin's.
Wait, really? Wait, what?
I knew her brother better, but I did know Trella. Yes. I knew her whole family to some extent.
She lived at our old house. Our new house. Our house that we just got from the king.
Part of the family who owned the house prior to your assumption of the land.
Oh. Where's she live now?
How nice she was to you?
Yeah. Yeah, she was so nice.
Very nice.
Guys, remember she told us about the spa and the snow cones? Those
right,
were
and
amazing.
she would never hurt you, right?
I don't think so. She seemed just really nice and helpful. She was like very kind and
She's a
fun. I
ghost,
thought she
Foodle.
was fun.
She's a
And
ghost.
she told you these things in a dream. Is that correct?
Foodle.
Yeah.
Remember how at the end of the dream she told you to wake up and you thought that was funny?
Yeah. Wait, so where does she live now? Was she like sending me a message? Why would she tell me to go to a spa?
Foodle, I think she used to live in the house, but she doesn't because she's dead now.
Or at least we think she's dead. We assume she's dead.
Was the dream the only time you ever saw her, Foodle? Because I feel like that's funny. Only.
No, we need to burn that house down.
No.
No. Foodle.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we definitely do. That's just
she
like
was
a
real
public
nice to you,
menace.
though.
No, but wait. Okay, sorry. Foodle's not laughing.
Mr. Shepin, please.
What?
I have come to specifically investigate the matter of this house. I would appreciate if you didn't burn it down until after I have a chance to do that. you still feel it needs to be burnt after I'm finished with it, then I suppose it's your choice, but...
Wait. What do you mean? You're gonna invest? You're going in there?
You've been in there, Foodle.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was haunted by a dead girl. What?
But
How many?
Foodle,
Wait, is the whole family? What happened to everybody?
well,
Well,
That's what we're trying to find out.
Treyfair fell in battle, which is
Who is
probably
Treyfair?
Trella's brother.
Oh, okay.
Companion that I fought with during the Goblin War.
Right.
Trella
Just rummaging around in his bag.
Trella disappeared mysteriously after his death, and apparently their father, went mad with grief. Murdered a man, trashed the house, and then took his own life.
Oh, okay. So this is like doubly haunted?
We don't actually know if the house is haunted or what haunts it until we investigate the situation.
So we don't know how many ghosts are in there.
no, Foodle, but
There might not be any ghosts in there.
There's probably not any, really.
Could
It'll
be
be
something
alright.
completely
Remember,
different.
Foodle.
It could
Another
be-
Constitution check. Oh, it's a 12. Wait,
Is that a success?
I think it might be because it's a 13 total.
Yeah. Round 2, yeah, 12.
Oh,
All the
okay.
success.
Just remember, Foodle. She could
I
have
mean-
chosen to murder you in your sleep,
I think
but
you're
she
jumping
chose
to
to tell you about a
conclusions.
spa.
I think you're jumping to conclusions here, and it could be something completely unrelated to ghosts. It could be a fiend or a devil, or there are plenty of nasty things in the world that aren't ghosts.
Just fiends or whatever. We'll just kill them. But like a ghost, what do you do with a ghost? They'll just eat your soul. Like we should just leave. We should wait. We should get everyone out of this. We should leave that.
Foodle, how many ghosts have you run across?
Like there was that bird one.
Right. But did it hurt you?
No, but it would have if I hadn't left. I can't believe you guys are still alive.
But we
I
are.
want him to know about the house. Things are starting to make a certain amount of sense.
Yeah, it's looking awful, and we should leave immediately.
What if I told you that I could keep you safe from whatever's in that house?
How? It's a ghost. It could be like 100 ghosts.
And I am a member of a knight order that is associated with a very powerful god. I do have some abilities.
I mean, okay, usually I try to be very diplomatic about these things, but like, where was this very powerful god when the high priest of that order was like selling slaves? What? You think that god is gonna take care of some ghosts?
No, I never said that the god was going to take care of the ghosts. I can take care of the ghosts.
Oh.
My
Ow.
oaths imbue me with certain abilities that allow me to deal with these sort of things.
Oh.
Foodle,
Okay. Well, maybe I'll.
you're gonna
I'll
go
just...
in there with us. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
Well,
Hang
I'm not
on.
going in there. I mean, you can go in there, I guess, but
Let me check
I mean,
something.
Mazra, please don't. I don't know why Darfin wants to die, but don't go in there with him.
But Foodle, we've already been in there.
I know. Well, and we're lucky that we escaped. Kiona, did you see something? You seemed very weird the next morning.
I did, but it had nothing to do with this family, so who's to say it's not just a weird magic that's happening in the house?
Yeah, it is. It's ghosts. It's the worst kind of magic.
No, I mean just a spell or something that we need to get lifted. Like somebody hexed the house. Or cursed it somehow.
Right.
And maybe our friend here can help us with that.
Darfin is going to he's going to draw one of the two long swords that he has been carrying. And he does it in such a way that it clearly isn't pointing it at you, like he's holding the blade crosswise, like just sideways in front of him. And you can see that it sort of looks almost like a dragon horn or something like that. It doesn't look like a normal sword.
Is it the regular horn or the lower horn?
Lol. And he sort of makes a gesture with the hand that's holding the hilt, and the sword blade starts to shine with very bright light.
Ooh. What's that?
That's pretty impressive.
It's actually not, but you don't know that.
Nope.
Does Mazra know that as a paladin?
I mean...
Ghost Pepper?
What exactly?
That it's not that impressive.
I mean, it's an ability of the sword.
No,
She's not gonna say anything. Don't worry about that.
You're a low level paladin. You can't,
Okay.
you can't do that. All you
Yeah.
know is you can't do that.
And so it's quite a bright light. It sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. So it's quite bright. And he lets it shine for a couple seconds before he dims it, so that it's just sort of radiating a dimmer light within like the area that they're in. And he says, I just am trying to show you that I'm equipped to help you with this situation. I know that you probably have some biases against myself and my order based on your recent experience with the church's priests, but my oaths give me the abilities to deal with these unseen forces.
Seafoodle, it'll be alright.
In fact, you
Besides-
guys are so impressed with the bright flaming sword trick here that everybody, even Darfin, is impressed with his own trick. Everybody gains inspiration. Everybody is inspired.
Darfin is impressed with how gullible we all are by that trick,
thanks to-
actually.
Darfin
Thanks
is
to-
impressed by how impaired Foodle is right now.
So as Foodle talks, Monster's gonna go over and like lay a hand on his shoulder and say, "Besides, Foodle, you've already promised your family a nice house to live in. Are you gonna let them down like that?"
Oh, that's a good point.
It-
Ooh. Okay.
Shepin, if you stay within 5 feet of me at all times, I can keep you protected.
Okay.
He's
And
a colorful guy.
he sort of sweeps to his feet and moves closer to you, and you can sort of, when he's closer to you, you sort of feel this aura around you that gives you +3 on saving throws.
Oh shit. Wait, really?
Wow.
I think it's within. Actually, I should have told you this before because you've been making a bunch of saving throws.
Well, I was about to say.
Is it within 5 feet or within 10 feet? I'm gonna check.
Is it just a flat
While
plus
we're-
3?
It's a flat +3, yeah.
While we're
Okay,
looking
well,
that
Ghost,
up,
I rolled a
I'm
10.
gonna try to move this along a little bit.
It's within.
God,
within
we're
10
bagging hard.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
within 10 feet of Darfin, you get +3 on all your saving throws.
So that's
So
not
that's
a fail,
that's
that's a
13.
save, I believe.
Because
Because I rolled a 10.
Did you just take another one?
Oh, yeah.
'Cause that's
And
your third
between
shot.
Mazra,
you were within 10 feet of
Darfin,
me.
and the third hit, Foodle's. Well, I'll just say it in Okay, that's a good point. Okay, well, you seem to have some powerful magic. I'm just gonna stick with you, okay? Oh, I don't know if this is a good idea, you guys.
He sort of waves his hand over the blade and it stops emitting the light and he puts the sword away. I mean,
Well, we definitely need some breakfast before we go.
Yeah, we're gonna
Right.
eat first.
sure. Do you want me to...
Join us, won't you?
Sure. He kind of sits back down.
So Ghost,
Tiny
for
bit
the
awkward.
third roll, I rolled a 10 plus 1 because it's a Constitution save. So 11 and plus 3 from Darfin. That's actually 14.
Round 3 of the smoke leaf is a DC 15.
Oh, okay. So it is a fail. Okay. Okay.
Oh, God,
So he's
Bill.
at level
You know-
2 then.
Yeah, so you have advantage on wisdom-based checks and saving throws, disadvantage on dexterity-based checks and saving throws, and you can ignore all non-magical conditions that would debilitate you due to fear, confusion, or pain.
That's perfect. Okay, Foodle's feeling very chill.
Yeah.
We can do this.
All right.
Okay.
So you
I'm
enjoy
feeling
a
better.
you enjoy a nice hearty breakfast, and you decide to set out on your investigation. You were given 3 leads to follow up on. Mandritt at the Fall Meadows Sanatorium east of the city. Caitlin, who is working at a dye maker's. She works at a dyer's, but it's not Dyer, the preacher. It's
He specified
dyer.
that in the note
Yeah,
that he sent
I did
me.
specify that in the note. Yeah. As in a person who makes dye.
Dire small
and
case,
then,
not dire uppercase.
Roisin, and then Roisin, who moved in to be a servant at another manor house belonging to the family called the Doricks.
So by the time we finish, about what time is it? Like kind of mid morning or?
Yeah, mid-morning. Yep.
Okay.
Well, I think that we should do one of those follow-up things, right?
Do you want to go to the house first, or to the?
Yeah, well,
With whatever you're comfortable with.
what he
It
said.
might be a good idea to speak with the servants before we go to the house, just so that we go with as much information as we possibly can. Personally, I would like to visit the sanatorium just because I wonder if it may be in my capability to help the person who was afflicted
Right.
after witnessing these wretched events, but I don't know
Well,
for sure.
I feel like if we're gonna go there, we might as well get it out of the way early while it's still daylight.
I agree.
I've got something that can help him. Yeah, we'll start there.
Is he always like this?
Yes.
No, yes.
I assume
that was out of character.
I assume that you have horses.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll meet you outside.
My horse's name is Doodle.
He gives Foodle an odd look and then just he sees himself out and he'll meet you outside.
Then
Okay,
These
well,
fucking people.
lead the way, I guess. What? We're getting the horses, right?
Right. We're probably not
Okay.
taking the wagon. Are we? We're not taking the wagon, right?
I mean, we could.
It'll take longer.
Sure.
All right.
Hi, Doodle. Doodle, you're so pretty.
When
Does
you
this count as driving impaired?
when you meet up
Maybe we
with
should take the wagon.
when you meet up with Darfin,
Kiona has a rope to Doodle's Doodle's straps that Foodle doesn't know is there.
Oh yeah, Foodle doesn't know. What were you gonna say?
With Darfin, you see that he's waiting with massive warmare. She's built like a Clydesdale, but she kind of has like that medicine hat coloring.
Oh my.
And she kind of paws the ground and tosses her head like she's impatient.
Upon seeing this, Kiona stops in her tracks and has to like take a like a once over like a few deep breaths. What a beautiful horse you got there.
Oh, she says thank you.
Darfin, does your horse have a name?
Says thank you.
Yeah.
Is it the Muffin Man?
What? No. Her name is Silver Sky.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Do you mind if I pet her?
She doesn't mind.
Silver Sky. And Kiona will go over and introduce herself to the horse. And then she won't be like long about it. She'll just be like,
The horse
nice
kind
to
of
meet you.
swings her head over her shoulder and sort of like nudges Kiona as if like it seems like the horse understands what Kiona is saying.
Fantastic. Kiona is thrilled.
Because she's a magical horse.
Right. Well, she looks like a magical horse to Kiona, so she's very, very taken with her. But she will get round up the rest of their horses and
So
get on your way. Turn away.
So wait, we're going to see Dyer again? Is that
No, we're going to.
No?
We should go see Mandritt first at the Fall Meadows sanatorium.
Okay. Okay, I don't know where that is, but you guys probably do. So I'll just follow Farfin here with your magical horse.
It's Darfin with a D.
Darfin, right, sorry. Darfin.
All right, and you
They haven't figured out. They haven't figured anything out about Darfin. I'm assuming.
No.
I feel like I
Poodle's sure as
personally
fuck
have
out.
some ideas about Darfin, but I don't know if Fiona knows anything about Darfin.
So you four set out on your horses, Foodle and Doodle, and Mazra and Basra, and Kiona and Leona. And,
No.
Darfin and Silver Sky.
Darfin and Farfin.
Darfin and Farfin.
Yeah.
No.
It's gotta be.
You will not accept that name.
It's gotta be. So you head out of the city's eastern gate into the rolling hills of the pasture and the farmland, eventually coming to what looks like an old Eldrigan monastery, similar to the mountain monastery that your friend Goldrill had come from. Just the volume on this one. This one's a bit louder. So it looks like an Eldrigan monastery, and it looks very old. Like even older than most of the buildings in the city that you've seen. Certainly older than even the palace or the Temple of the Light. And as you approach it, you see that it's standard monastery layout. There's a little there's a chapel, and there's a cloister with some apartment rooms built into the cloister. No kind of defenses from what you can see. You don't spot any sort of security around. Just residents dressed humbly and equally humbly dressed different priests, kind of milling around, tending to the residents.
Hello! Foodle falls off of his horse. Picks himself up, dusts himself off, and says, "My name's Foodle, and this is Doodle, and we're here to see."
Darvin sort of steps up so that he's like right behind Foodle, and he says, "So we're here to see Mandritt, if that's possible." He was a servant in the old Angevin house.
Out of the crowd of people who kind of come and like look at what's happening here, when Foodle falls down, a female half-elf priest rushes up. Darfin can tell immediately that this is a Staravian priest, a priest of the Temple of Light, but dressed a little bit differently than the ones in the temple proper inside the city. This one's dressed much more humbly, almost dressed like the inmates, the residents themselves. And this half elf, she exclaims when Foodle falls down, "Oh my goodness, are you all right?" And she comes to sort of help him up, and you took quite a tumble there, young man. Member of the order. May the goddess light your path. Who did you say you were here to see?
A man by the name of... Who?
Right?
Who?
A man by the name of Mandritt.
Oh.
Yes. Who did you say?
I said Goldrill. I thought this is where you lived or something. It's what time is it?
Why would you say that?
Well, he's like a monk. He's this cool dragon guy. He's blue. He's like very blue.
He's
Look,
our old companion. He just
Cool
got
is an
a little
overstatement here.
Well, there is somewhat of a connection. He sounds like a monk of Eldrigo. In fact, our little sanatorium here, and she kind of shifts into kind of tour guide mode here. Our little sanatorium here was once an Eldrigan monastery, according to the earliest records that we have in our library here. Records indicate that the Eldrigans left on a pilgrimage to some place called the Moon Coast.
It's looking
shortly-
spicy.
Blurp should not be playing right now. I don't know why it is. Please don't blurp me
No way.
while we're playing the game. It should not be playing right now. I'm so mad. Anyway, they sold it to our order as the city and surrounding farmland began to encroach upon their once isolated territory, and they left for a place called the Moon Coast, although we're not quite sure where that is. A bit of a historical curiosity. Anyway, you said that you were looking for Mandritt. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's his name.
Oh, well, Mandritt is one of our best residents here. Has a special place in a lot of our hearts.
That is why I'm your king. Listen, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
You asked Chat not to do
I
something,
don't-
and they're specifically doing it.
No, they're not. No, that's just Bo's walk on playing.
I
automatically
see.
as well. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that because I have blurp turned off, or I thought I did. Oh, nope. Okay. Anyway, sorry guys. Yes, I believe he's having one of his good days today. I can take you to see him right away. But all of our residents here are in some state or some stage or another, a little bit of a fragile mental state. So I would kindly ask you to give everybody their distance and pay your respects to everyone. Don't engage too much, but don't ignore either. And above all, if any tempers get frayed or if anyone becomes terribly excited, just smile and back away and let an attendant handle themselves.
Ask, has Mandritt been attended by in the past, by a cleric or potentially a paladin? Have any, has anyone ever tried to use any divine magic
Oh
related
yes,
to his condition?
on all of our on all of our residents before being admitted here.
I'm assuming he showed no change after having been attended by said spells.
Sadly, no.
It's good to know.
His is, well, when you meet him, perhaps you'll see, brother.
He just kind of nods.
All right, well,
I think I followed most of that. Yeah, just lead on.
Yes, well, if you'd like to come with me. And Nedwin, the half-elven priest, moves through the hallways and into the sort of the cloister, which is this expansive courtyard ringed with small apartments where some of the residents are living. You hear on occasion some chilling cries and gibbers. It's obviously a somewhat difficult place to be, with many residents in various states of unwellness. A few patients in linen mingle in the corridors and in the outer cloister among the attendants, who, for the most part, for as much as you can see, appear to be treating them kindly and with respect. Some of the people, some of the residents here are articulate and may greet you as you walk past. Others are mute. Some appear lucid, others in a trance, or occasionally sort of facing into a wall or corner. Other patients are in their cloister cells with some doors left wide open for people to come and go as they please. Others where the doors are locked firmly shut. Each cell, as you walk past, if you kind of take a peek inside, each cell has a straw mattress bed, a privy, a table, and a chair. Most have books, candles, paper, and a pen and inkwell. However, some of the other cells are decidedly more Spartan. You can kind of surmise if there's a concern of the resident who lives in there, perhaps harming themselves or others with those objects. Eventually, Nedwin leads you to one of the unlocked cells with the door wide open, and you find inside a sort of middle-aged male rock gnome, one of Foodle's sort of cousins, cultural cousins here. His desk has a few books on it and piles of paper with charcoal pencils, like a big old pile on his desk. His bed, notably, has strong ropes tied to each corner with stuffed, supple-looking leather shackles, as if some kind of a restraint, but not a restraint that's meant to cause any sort of discomfort. His room is very small. Nedwin leads the way inside, and probably 2 more of you could actually fit inside, with the other 2 maybe standing outside in the doorway.
Darfin's
Kiona-
very tall, so he'll stay back, I think.
I was gonna say Kiona will stay back as she is also tall right now,
Okay.
as for bulb.
Okay.
I think Foodle's the only small one.
Oodle follows the monk right in there.
So Nedwin approaches Mandritt. I'm Mandritt. You have some guests here to see you. One of them is a brother of the Order of the Knights Radiant. And the middle-aged gnome kind of turns around and looks at you and, oh, hello. Thank you so much, Nedwin. And a cousin of mine. Hello, sir.
Oh,
How are you? Oh, yes, hello. What's your name?
my name's Foodle.
Foodle. Oh, I'm Mandritt. And you must be the one in the army. You must be the Knight Radiant. And oh my, that's a whatever. I've never seen an orc in person before.
Oh yeah, she's nice. Her name's Mazra.
Yes. Very well. What can I do for you 3 today?
Well, we are here to talk to you. And Foodle's gonna look back behind him.
Darvin has decided to allow this to happen, so he just kind of nods because he wants to see what Foodle's gonna do.
We.
Why don't you tell him about your new house, Foodle?
Oh yeah. Oh no. So it's bad. It's really bad. Oh no. I promised my family that we would have a new home, and the king gave us a home, but it's haunted, which is like the worst possible thing. And so we're
his
trying to.
face just drops.
Yeah, I know.
Haunted.
Now, yeah, but he and Foodle's gonna point at Darfin. Is like really powerful and can actually like defeat ghosts somehow. I haven't seen it yet, but that's what Darfin said. And
Are you perchance speaking of the Angevin house?
yes. Yeah, that's the one. And I met a really nice young lady. She told me about a spa, and her name was Trella.
Yes, Shrella.
Yeah. Wait, did you know her?
Yes, and Nedwin, kind of sensing Mandra's nervousness, kind of leans down, puts a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to talk about this more than you want to, Mandritt. No. Thank you, Nedritt. I would like to help. Is it the 2 of you? And he points to Foodle and Master, who have moved into this house?
Yeah, well, and you see the big blue lady with the big ears? Her name's Kiona. She's really nice.
And Mandritt bolts back against his bed and kind of curls up. No. Get it back. Keep it away from me.
Kind of
Keep it away.
take a hold of Kiona's arm and sort of guide her out into the hallway.
Oh no, she was already backing away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll step in front of her because he's fairly tall himself as well. So he'll step in front of her to break line of sight.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Take your
I'm
time.
not sure.
Take
what
your
came over
time.
me.
No, you're okay.
Take a deep breath. It's all right.
Could we get some hot water? Is there hot water? Some tea might be.
I would like some.
Darfin?
See if I could.
Darfin's gonna try something which may or may not work because we're not actually in combat, but he's gonna sort of motion to Mazra and switch places with her. Because when he stands within it's within 10 feet of an ally, but he's not hostile to this man. They cannot be frightened. And he wants to see if he has a calming presence when he steps next to this guy. It's mostly that they can't be frightened by a spell, but he wants to see if it'll work anyway.
Yeah. Roll insight to see if it's working.
I'm trained for this. Oh, didn't roll very well. 9.
Rolled a 9, okay. You can't tell whether or not it's
Yeah.
working. He seems he's calming down.
Yeah,
but
he
it seems
just
like
doesn't necessarily know why.
Yeah, it just seems like he was beginning to sort of come down from whatever.
Right. He's not going to crowd him, but he'll stay kind of close just in case.
Well, I apologize for that. What can I help you with?
Well, oh, go ahead.
We'd like to know what you can tell us about your experience, your most recent experience with the house, if there's something that we should be concerned about if we were to go there.
I would, yes, I would be very concerned indeed if you went there. That was such a happy house. I worked there for 20 years. And it just seemed just like that over the course of a couple of weeks with the passing of young Master Trefair. Everything turned on its head. I'm sorry, my mind is full of spiders. Yes, well, as I told you, I worked there for 20 years. I was a servant who worked very closely with Lord Tyrion. And I was one of the 2 servants in the dining hall with Lord Tyrion the night he took his life. What happened that night, I've been having nightmares about it every night for the past 3 years since it happened. You may have noticed the restraints on my bed. That's to keep me from harming myself in my sleep, as you can. He pulls up a sleeve and you can see a kind of a puckered scar on his arm. I thrash about sometimes, even sometimes when I'm asleep, I sleepwalk and apparently reach for some implement and might attempt to harm myself. Never happens when I'm awake, you see. I feel fit as a fiddle. Except for whatever that was with your friend. I do apologize. Please pass along my regrets for my behavior. When you see her again.
We will.
Do you have any more specific questions that you might ask?
Did you, if you don't mind speaking of that night, did you feel like the Lord of the House was different from his usual self? Did it seem like this was a natural extension of his grief, or did it seem as though something odd or strange had overcome him?
I can't claim to understand the mind of any man or woman myself. since the death of his son and disappearance of his daughter, he became distant. He was always a stern man. He, a member of an old family, a bit of a conservative nobleman in attitude and personal comportment. But he was always fair and kind to his servants, always reserved and respectful in his treatment of them, but became increasingly frantic in the days leading up to that night. Increasingly, I would say even paranoid as time went on. He believed that some of the servants in the house were plotting against him. In fact, light preserve me, the night that it happened, he took me and another servant into the dining hall and shut the doors behind us, raved and foamed against us, accusing us of being the ones to plot against him, when every time we denied it and tried to explain and try to calm him down, it caused him to fly into an even greater rage until I couldn't believe it happened. He picked up a candlestick from the table and bludgeoned the other servant to death in front of my eyes. I fled for my life at that moment, and I was afraid that he was so far gone that he might use his connections in the city to send somebody after me. I didn't dare go home to my own house or any of my friends or family. I hid on the streets for nearly 2 weeks until the news broke that Lord Tyrion had been found dead in a hidden basement on his property.
And you feel as though there may be some force in the house that may have driven him to this madness.
I don't know. I only know that he was a man in deep grief. I feel that there may be something there, there may have been something there, but I don't know if I can trust my own senses. I am here, after all, and with good reason, I fear.
Ghost Pepper, I sent you a message in the Roll20.
And the Lord's daughter, Trella, what was the last time you remember seeing her?
Oh, the last time I remember seeing her, the day that she disappeared. Lord Mandritt, of course, was still grieving. Trefair, they both were. Trella even more so. Her brother was her entire world to her. She had received correspondence with, I'm not quite sure whom she was corresponding with now that I think about it. A servant gave her the letter. Roshin, I believe. She went up to her room, spent the day there, and that was the last time I saw her. In the morning, she had gone, vanished.
Did she seem upset that day? Did she seem different from her usual self?
I would say she was elevated in some way, energetic, yes. But I couldn't tell you if she was upset or glad.
And this was... Do you know how long after she found out about the death of her brother that this was?
Uh, um, a week or two.
She seemed like she may have been happy.
I don't know. I would not say happy in the conventional sense, no.
No, but it sounds as though maybe she had learned something or received news that changed her feelings, perhaps.
Perhaps. I couldn't say.
Darfin will kind of look at the other two to see if they want to ask anything.
Have you been doing better since you came here?
I'm afraid not. It seems like I've made no improvement. I'm safe. I'm well taken care of here. The staff is kind to me.
Okay.
I've made myself a member of a little bit of a community among the residents here. But I still have the nightmares every night. In fact, I don't know, brother, if you might find this useful in any case. They are the works of a madman, after all. But I do fastidiously draw what I remember from my nightmares every morning when I wake up, before my memory of the dreams can fade. I'm not sure why, but I feel like recording the dreams is something that some rite that I'm doing by my former masters, even though they're now all dead. Silly, perhaps, I know.
I would like to look at them if you don't mind.
They're on my desk over there. Help yourself.
He will do.
In the meantime, Kiona has been casting alter self on herself so that she looks like her human self.
Yeah.
And she is going to, when Darfin steps away from the dude guy, she's going to come back around the corner.
No. What is? No, please. No.
Shit.
And Darfin, you're still within that 10-foot radius. You just wham in the side of your head. Feel like somebody hit you with a hammer.
Do I know if this was a physical sensation or a non-physical sensation?
Non-physical. Kiona, are you in view still?
She will have backed off, but yes, she wants to see what this guy. She doesn't understand because she changed what she looked like, thinking that it was the big form that scared him.
He does not calm down until you're out of view.
Okay.
Darfin
She will then eventually back out of view then.
Yeah.
Darfin will turn around to find what hit him.
Beads of sweat. It came from the direction of the bed.
I mean, did Mastra see anything? Because she's like standing right there.
No.
I am going to.
Did
Darfin
Poodle see anything?
No.
I mean, instantly when he turns around and doesn't see anything, he is going to use Divine Sense.
What does Divine Sense do?
Yeah, so let me pull it up here. It's as if you cast Detect Good and Evil. So that says, you know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, you know if there's a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated.
Okay.
It's blocked by 1 foot
Celestial
of
fiend
stone,
undead.
1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, etc., etc.
There is no celestial fiend or undead near you.
It also can do aberration, elemental, fey. There's none of those.
There's none of those.
And he doesn't get a sense that anything, including the gentleman near him, has been magically desecrated.
No. Oh, get the sense that he's been magically desecrated?
It says you
100%.
know if there is a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated.
Yeah. Desecrated?
Yes.
Like, boom, on him. Like, radiating. It's actually so strong that it's difficult for you to look at him.
One hand on sword hilt, and he'll flinch slightly.
As he's calming down, the effect kind of starts to fade away, but there's always something like on his shoulders.
Okay.
Oodle's
It
gonna offer
only
him some tea.
lasts for a couple. Yeah, the effect only lasts for a couple seconds. He'll keep the hand on the hilt of his sword because he's worried that there's something he can't see. But he'll turn and look for the person who led them in here.
Yeah, that is Nedwin.
Yeah.
He'll take a hold. He'll put his other hand on Nedwin's arm and try to see if he can go back out into the hallway and get Nedwin to come with him.
Yeah, and she will cooperate. She'll come out in the hallway. Oh, dear, I've never seen poor Mandritt act that way.
When
Not while
the
he's
priests attended him, did they say anything about a darkness or a force or a desecration? Did they test him for curses?
Yes. What they found was, well, there are a few of those cases at this sanatorium. I believe his is unique among them, but there's no explanation.
No source.
No source that we can find any information about. We've even had priests from the High Temple in Luxar here to examine him. Poor Mandritt is a mystery, I'm afraid.
And they've attempted to remove any curse that he may have been imbued with, and it hasn't changed anything.
Not at all.
Has he regularly reacted to certain people with such?
No.
When
Question
out of character question, when Darfin used his divine sense.
Give me 1 second to finish answering.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He behaves that way in his dreams, but never while awake. Go ahead, please.
When Darfin used his divine sense, did he sense anything from Kiona? Was she within range of him when he cast it?
No.
When he used it?
Yes, but he didn't detect anything.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
I can't hear anything either.
Yes, but he didn't detect
He didn't
anything.
sense anything from her.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Oh, okay.
Wait, did Darfin get a hold of the drawings, or did he leave them there when he got smacked?
He kind of
Yeah,
didn't
did he?
get a chance to look at them. You were just picking them up.
Yeah.
And wham.
Well, did you take them or did you leave them on the desk?
No, he wouldn't have had a chance to take them. He was more
Okay.
concerned with the fact that it felt like something hit him.
Yeah. Well, if they're outside talking, because Mandra didn't leave, so she may try to go look at them while they're outside.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what Foodle's doing as well.
Right.
Ghost, what are the drawing like these sketches or whatever? Are they good? Like, is this something Foodle can compliment, basically?
The roll an investigation. Anybody who wants to look at the drawings. Let's go.
Okay, Foodle's gonna look at them.
Look at the rules.
I'm gonna want to look at them at some point, but I'm not in there right now.
Oh. Well, let me check the intoxication chart really quick, but
Investigation is intelligence.
okay, so we're good.
So it doesn't.
I rolled a 17
Okay.
plus 0 for a 17.
Lovely.
I got 24.
24. Right. So the craftsmanship of the drawings, the artistry itself, is certainly compliment worthy. It seems that Mandritt is a little bit of an accomplished amateur artist. However, the images themselves are horrifying visions of terror, depicting graphic violence, visceral gore, and images so unreal as to be deeply disturbing to anyone who looks at them. Of note are 3 drawings in particular. A faceless woman sitting on a short stone wall, a pair of corpses standing hand in hand in full wedding dress inside a ruined bedroom, looking forward to a future that will never be. And a
So you're saying Thomas Kincaid Kincaid drew these.
and a woman sort of on hands and knees hacking up a corpse with a meat cleaver at the base of a short stone wall, with your high investigation roll, the same short stone wall that the faceless woman was sitting at. There is a splotch down the length. She has her sleeves rolled up, and there's a splotch down the length of her forearm, ending at the back of her hand. And this is shaded in a darker tone than the blood covering the hand holding the cleaver. And you can kind of conclude from this that it might be a birthmark of some kind.
Or a fake arm, maybe?
No.
No.
Not a fake arm. No, it's not. It's not.
It's
like
Basra. No.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
So Foodles, as Mandritt is drinking his tea, presumably, Foodle's gonna have looked through these and say, "Oh, you definitely have talent. I'm so sorry that this is what you're seeing every night, though. Oh."
Thank you.
outside in the
Sorry,
hallway, Darfin is going to. He's gonna
You
let
need to
Nedwin
smoke
go
some
back
smoke leaf.
into the room in case Mandritt needs him. But he's gonna put his hand lightly on Kiona's arm and sort of draw her away from the door. And he's gonna say, "I believe that Mandritt has been magically desecrated somehow, but if you had some similar effect on you, I would have sensed it. I don't think this has anything to do with you. I think it might have something to do with Trella."
It might. I wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with me.
Well, if it does have something to do with you, it isn't a desecration. I mean,
Well,
you
I
haven't.
guess you gotta find out whatever else information you can find out. I'm gonna.
I just want to reassure
out
you that
here.
I just want to reassure you that I don't think you are the cause. I think that something has been done to Mandritt, and there may be something about your appearance or your
I'll
abilities
change
that
my appearance. There's
there may be
something else.
something about your abilities that affect him, but I don't think I don't think the source necessarily is tied to you. I don't think you have been cursed or touched in some way that causes this.
I appreciate that. You best get in there and figure out what else you can figure out from this guy.
I don't think we'll be long. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I'll be fine.
He'll let her go. And because he wants to go back and look at the drawings as well.
Okay, yeah. Darfin sees the same things.
This is an out of character question. You said there was a
Yeah.
woman sort of sitting by a low wall and then chopping up a corpse
faceless
next to a
woman.
low wall. Faceless woman.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
they don't appear to be the same woman. Even though
Oh,
the
okay.
second woman, the one chopping up the body is like you only see her back, but they don't appear to be dressed in the same fashion
think
whatsoever.
Is the married or the couple one any of the same women?
Have you looked at the pictures?
I'm sorry. Clearly, I have not. Okay.
Would
I
I
don't-
recognize anyone in the drawings?
No.
Okay.
I don't think this will
None of them-
do anything.
None of them have
but
faces.
I
Oh,
would like to do another religion check. This is not Darfin's strong suit.
Okay.
So it's just a 10. He just wants to scan the images for any kind of religious symbolism that might jump out at him.
Yeah, there's no symbolism or iconography that you can ascertain from that.
Should have studied harder when he was at Paladin school.
Is the well, like the wall or the setting recognizable in the pictures?
No.
It
could have been something you've seen before. It could have been somewhere you've been before. It could not be. You can't really tell. There's not enough of it to go on.
Darfin will kind of turn to Mandritt and say, "We very much appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I was a companion of Trefair before he fell."
Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. It was a loss to us all.
I'm sorry for your loss as well. Seems that you were very close with his family.
I was, and I was so looking forward to Trefair's future together with his lady love, the crown princess, but it was not to be.
Does Darfin know anything about his lady love?
Yeah, she was the former king's daughter who also died in the war.
Right.
Trefair and she fought together alongside the king.
Okay, so Darfin would have known her as well then, I'm assuming.
Known her as well. Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
It was a tragedy. The war has stolen much from many of us, and he doesn't gesture to his eye, but it's pretty obvious. And he says, if there is anything to be found at the house, I will be sure to come back and tell you.
Very well.
And he'll kind of indicate to the others that he thinks they should leave.
Well, Masha is not gonna. So she has a couple more questions.
Okay.
Well, he motioned to indicate that you should leave, so...
Okay.
Boodle's going to he's going to approach maybe budge forward half a foot towards this poor guy. What's his name? Mandritt.
Mandritt.
And just kind of sigh a little bit and pull himself together and look Mandritt right in the eyes and say, Mandritt, I'm so sorry that you went through this. And Foodle thinks about that scene of gnomes chopped up in the field and sort of finish his thought. I know a little bit what that's like, and I'm so glad that you're here and that even though things aren't getting better yet, that you're getting good care.
Thank you.
If you ever need anything, just remember I'm Foodle. We're the discretionaries. We're the right hand of the king. And we are available.
Darfin's
for
eyebrows are
anything you
just
need.
going. Like...
Okay, well, Foodle's like completely serious.
I've heard of some foreign adventurers who came to help the king, but I didn't know that was your name. I will remember that name.
This guy's gonna die, apparently.
Follow. Oh god, Foodle's gonna follow Darfin's lead.
I mean, only the guy in the insane asylum would be the one that would refer to us as that.
I know, it's just gonna be him. That's it.
Darfin will step into the hall, although he won't leave just yet.
Madra's still in there. So, before she leaves, she's gonna say, I have a couple more questions for you.
Yes.
In the drawing of the couple, is that Trefair and the person he was supposed to marry?
That's my theory. I've heard in all the fantastical stories of the haunting that that people who have someone close to them that they love, or perhaps lost somebody that they love, who stand in Trefair's bedroom, have a vision much the same as that.
Right.
That's what they say.
And
I tend to believe it based on what I've seen.
I wouldn't be surprised. And the woman with the birthmark, is that someone you know? Do you...
It's all foggy. I feel like she's dressed like one of the servants, but I don't remember seeing a birthmark like that. Perhaps I do. I don't know.
Fine. And last question. You mentioned that you heard about the news that your old master had passed away in some kind of a hidden basement. Do you have any idea where that might be?
Oh yes. I know every corner of the manor. Even Lord Tyrion's secret passages and whatnot. You know, a man, a lord like him, has use for those things, I suppose. Yeah, there is an entrance to the basement in the kitchen. There's a hidden switch, just around the corner of the door jamb as you come in from the outside.
Appreciate that.
Yes, of course. And anything I can do to help. I sense that the ultimate goal is to put whatever is in that house to rest and return it to peace. I pray for your success.
Thanks. you get better.
When
Mazra out.
when they
Mazra out.
get, because Darfin would have lingered in the hallway until Mazra came out. When they get back out to where Kiona is, Darfin is going to approach her and say, "When you were in the house, you said you saw someone. Someone you cared for."
Yep.
Someone you may have been supposed to marry.
Maybe.
So maybe it's not Trella. Maybe it's Treyfair's lost love. Maybe that's what Mandritt saw when he looked at you.
Hmm.
Oodle wants to insight check Kiona, but I don't know how that shit works.
You would do an opposed roll. She would roll
Yeah,
deception. You would roll
she
insight.
deception, depending on if she wants to actively not be.
I don't think she's actively trying to deceive anybody, so I
Okay.
don't think.
So roll a insight check against 10.
At advantage, because it's a wisdom check.
Yep.
It's not a wisdom check.
I think it is.
Oh, he would say roll a wisdom check if it was a wisdom check.
Well, but
No,
insight is
no, it's
wisdom.
a
I don't know
wisdom
how that
skill.
works, Ghost.
Yeah. A wisdom-based skill, you would get advantage because it's a wisdom
You
check.
get advantage on all wisdom-based skills?
I get it,
I
man.
know that's how that works.
Oh, okay.
He's
Let's
so
see.
hard.
Although,
Okay, that's a
did
4.
you smoke another smoke leaf like Hoan
Not yet.
Wonton asked you to? Okay.
Because he wants to get
I'm gonna pop AFK for just
he
one.
desperately wants to, but he's trying to hold off. In fact, maybe I should roll something for that, actually.
Yeah,
he wants to
roll
get outside
a-
the grounds first, but...
Roll a charisma save.
Okay.
I'll tell you whether you succeed or fail.
So he lights up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's a 3.
420
plus
blazing.
1. Oh,
Yeah.
God. All right.
All right. Roll your.
So while
roll
he's-
your- So this is
Oof.
round 4. So your DC
Yes.
is 18.
Oh, jeez.
How close is... Well, I was going to say... I should have said this before I rolled. But Foodle wants to stay close to Darfin because Darfin told him to stay within 5 feet. So Foodle's like... That's why Foodle left when
Yeah.
he did. Like,
Yeah.
so Foodle's like sticking with Darfin. I rolled a 15 plus 1. And is
Yep.
it just a flat plus 3 being near Darfin? Like, that's...
Yep. Yep.
Dang, okay.
15
So
plus
that's a
1 plus 3.
19.
That's 19. Yeah, you succeed.
Ah.
All right. Now you can make your
Lucky.
insight check.
Okay, right. So I rolled a 4 for the first roll.
Yeah.
Because I already rolled that, so... and an 8. So 13 total.
13 total. What are you trying to read out of Kiona?
Oodle wants to know... Basically, he wants to find out... He's not worried about her lying or whatever. What he's worried about is her emotional state. He's trying to figure out what she's feeling right now.
She is feeling clearly upset and rather disturbed. And that's about what you get for your margin of success.
But I don't know what to make of that guy, but I wouldn't take it too hard.
I'm fine, Poodle.
Well, I know you will be, but it's okay to not be fine right now. We're your friends.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I have a quick semi out of character question for Flutter. When after that, when we were in that tomb, like way back when,
Okay.
and we saw that stuff, did she tell us what she saw eventually? I know at first she didn't, but she ever tell us like what she saw?
She gave you vague details of what she saw, yes.
I.e., I saw a faceless person.
I don't think that I don't think she probably divulged,
Okay.
divulged that kind of much things.
Okay.
But wait. Oh, yeah. No, what? Did she say that?
I thought
You're talking about the one that was by her house, right?
Yes. Yeah. The upside down place.
Right.
My very fallible memory thinks that what Kiona told the party is that she heard a voice say, "Welcome home."
Mm-hmm.
That's all we know, as far as I'm aware.
Right. No, I'm not sure she did divulge to you the blank face.
Okay. So I want to do one thing before how far did we actually are we like far away from the guy's room?
Also, Kiona didn't see any of these pictures, you guys. So she doesn't even actually know about that.
I think we're outside. Also, that was why Darfin made that comment about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Masha,
Nedwin is kind of leading you back out.
I kind of want Masha to do something a little crazy, and she may just mention to their guide that like I forgot something really quick. Can you show me back for just 1 second?
Yes. All right. And then Nedwin will show you back.
So as they're walking, and maybe Mazur will walk behind Nedwin. I think she's going to cast Disguise Self and make herself look like Kiona's human form.
All right.
And just peek in the doorway because I want to see how he reacts.
Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Who are you?
I'm Kiona. I just wanted to say it's lovely. I hope you have a really good day, and I just wanted to say hello.
All right. I hope you have a lovely day as well.
You too. Bye.
Bye now.
And then she'll and then once they're back in the hallway and a little bit away, she'll turn back and just be like, "Thanks, I appreciate that."
Yes, of course. I'll take you back to your friends.
All right.
While this was going on, Darfin, who seems to have actually been somewhat affected by this experience as well, has sort of gone back to his horse. And on the surface, it just kind of looks like he's leaning his shoulder against his horse. But if you look really closely, you can see the horse like bobbing her head and sort of pawing at the ground a bit, as if maybe there's a silent conversation happening.
Hello, Doodle. Oh.
His name is not Darfin.
Just kidding. It's Sky Cloud or Blue Sky or something. Silver, whatever.
Sky Top.
That's the one. Sky
You're
Top.
so bad. I'm so sorry.
Silver Cloud. Something. Fuck. I wrote it earlier.
He's gotten aspects of it, but he has yet to actually get it.
Yeah.
Oh no. Anyway, Foodle just goes, "Oh, it's been one of those days." Oh, okay, wait. Maz, where are we going next?
Doodle appears to not really acknowledge that you're talking to him or her. I'm not sure which it is.
I have a 2 in animal handling, so I don't. I guess it's a +2 anyway. What that means. It's not good. Mazra, where are we going next?
She will have undisguised herself by the time they get back.
I love that you
I
used it.
Oh, so Kiona never saw her mirror image in Mazra.
she will return and just say I it may be worth speaking to the other servants. We could maybe pop in on our way back in. I would think maybe talk to them and then have a quick debrief and kind of decide what we want to do for our next steps.
Jar come back. Well, he'll join them when they start talking about this, and he'll say, "I must apologize. I do feel like I may have misprepared for this encounter. I've been traveling, so I didn't necessarily."
Where exactly were you traveling about?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't quite.
Where were you traveling about? Where to? From?
Oh, I don't know exactly where I've been. I don't have the map.
We're asking her all these questions. About her character.
Right.
Is Ghost AFK? Great.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course he is.
Of course.
I have been stationed elsewhere, outside of the city.
Oh yeah, I heard about that fort.
He'll tell you what town he came from, what area he was fighting in before this.
Okay. Well, I don't know if any of us could have really been prepared for that, Darfin.
Well, I could have
don't
been
worry
better
about it.
prepared for it than I was. My abilities are such that if I know what I may or think what I may encounter during a day, I can sometimes bring different abilities, prepare different abilities, but I have to do it. It's a time-consuming process. I have to do it at the beginning of the day.
You
I
sound
probably-
very powerful.
Thank you. It's more that I feel if I had realized that I would be questioning people today, I would have prepared a way to ascertain whether or not they were telling us the truth. But I actually think that we learned something quite important. I did sense something on Mandritt, some sort of magical desecration.
Yeah, from the ghost, right?
I think you have a very skewed idea of ghosts and how they work.
No, I think I've got them figured out. We're gonna have to take down these ghosts. And
I
if we
think
can't,
that
maybe we gotta burn down the whole town.
Darfin gives you a look as though he hopes that you're kidding when you say that.
I think you've had a little bit too much to smoke, Poodle.
At this point, Foodle spins on Doodle to face Nedwin and needs to make a dexterity saving throw to stay on his horse.
So you guys are just mounting up on your horses, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
doing
yeah.
something weird.
That is a 2 plus 7.
Can I make a
Falls off of Doodle
Can I
again.
make an
But
athletics
Darfin's
check?
nearby.
Yeah.
You do get a whole +3.
Yeah,
So that's 12 total.
That's enough
Oh,
to not
okay.
completely fall off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Nedwin-
Foodle almost
kinda
falls off.
Hard to fall.
Starts when you do this and kind of like
Catches
what
himself.
What is that young man doing?
Nedwin, thank you so much. That was,
Yes, of course.
like Darfin was saying, that was, I mean, I feel like we've learned a lot. And I think we can do some good with this, hopefully. So thank you,
I-
Edwin.
Yes, well, best of luck to you.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to another place. So, bye.
Farewell. I'm not actually sure how much I think that we can learn from speaking with the other servants.
Oh?
I feel like if there's magic involved in this process, I feel like if they were afflicted by the same thing that Mandritt was afflicted with, they would have shown signs of it by now. It's not to say that we can't get useful information out of them. It also depends on when you want to start exploring the house. There's probably plenty of day left if we go now, but if we go to speak with the other servants, we may have to wait till tomorrow. There are benefits to that. I could prepare differently. But it is up to you. If we have to weigh the speed at which you wish to rectify the situation with how thorough you wish to be.
Right. Ooh. Ooh. I sent a message in Discord. I don't know. That might. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think Kiona and Mazra should decide. I don't know what to think. All I know is that we don't want any more people like poor Mandrake in there being possessed by this ghost. So we gotta like stop this.
What
Wait,
just
did the ghost
happened?
get taken?
Chaos!
What?
The winds of chaos have
The
blown.
GM just rage
happened?
quit.
What happened?
Wait,
You-
what this
Your
ghost name look
Discord
like?
just
We
quit.
we wind bagged him right off the Discord
We-
call.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Hi Salem.
What happened here?
Oh no.
You left a call.
No. Did
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. Yeah,
You need to
That's
come
odd.
back.
I'm Darfin
I mean-
now.
maybe better phrase.
we
Discord
go.
kicked you from the call. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, you didn't
That
like
should do it.
intentionally.
That should do it. That should do it.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. But that's all I know. We gotta deal with this.
Is there some way Darfin will kind of lean over to Kiona, who seems like the most actually reasonable one to him at this point? Is there some way to bring him back down to Earth a little bit before we continue with this investigation?
I'm not sure I've ever seen Foodle on Earth. And by that I mean probably not.
He does have a
I
mystery
saw-
potion from a court
I
wizard.
saw this on Critical Role once, but I guess it's up to the GM whether or not it actually works. Darfin is going to set a hand on Foodle's shoulder, and he's gonna burn 5 points of lay on hands to see if he can cure how high Foodle is right now.
Yes. Your high is gone.
Ooh.
Just subtract 5 points for my lay on hands.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, I felt like maybe you weren't quite grasping the gravity of the situation, and I just wanted you to be a little bit more sober for our next conversation.
Okay.
I was just concerned. I've never actually tried that before. I'm surprised that it worked.
I mean, it seems to be a good guess.
Well, look, I did that for a reason.
I understand that you're frightened of this situation, Mr. Shepin. I do. I've actually seen a lot of frightening things in my life, if you can believe it. But generally, I find that the best way to protect yourself from situations like the one in which we find ourselves is to have the full grasp of your wits about you.
Oodle looks back to wherever they just came from. I don't know if I can agree with that, but you might be right.
Survived as long as I have without learning a thing or two about dealing with situations that are dangerous.
Well, here's the thing that you don't know about me. It's not just the danger. Where are we going next?
Depends on how valuable you think it is to speak with the other two servants, and he'll kind of invite the other two
Right.
into the conversation.
So what time is it during the day at this by this point? Is it like
This
I'm
is
assuming it's,
still.
like,
It took
mid-morning.
you probably an hour to ride out to the sanatorium.
okay?
And you probably spent about half an hour there. That wasn't really that long of a conversation in game mode time.
Right.
So it's probably mid to late morning at this point.
Okay. Mazra will think about it and say, I mean, we have the location of this basement. We could look into that and see if we find anything in there.
Right.
I would just suggest that we.
I think if we go to the house, we should be prepared. We may need to make sure we're prepared when we go to the house. I think it may be worth going straight there. As I said, I don't know that I think if there was the same magical affliction involved with these other servants, I think they would have shown signs of it by now.
Possibly.
Poodle's going. Oh,
No. Go ahead.
If you
Poodle's going to.
reach for a friggin' smoke leaf after I just burned 5 hit points of laying on hands on you, I swear to God.
Poodle's going to gulp and say, I think we should probably talk to everybody before we go in there. Shouldn't we? Just so we know, what's going on, and we're prepared, right? Prepared, Durfin. We got to be prepared.
I mean, it is true that if we spend the rest of the day questioning others, we could rest, go into the house when we're at our best.
We'd like to make sure we're supplied properly.
If you need potions or anything like that, of course.
Do you have a expense account charged to the temple?
I can ask the temple for aid. I cannot ensure that they will aid me in a personal matter.
Right.
You do
I don't have unlimited access. I do. Oh, sorry.
have a
Sorry.
purse of 600 gold pieces.
I do also GM. I do have a question in that regard because I did take the Knight of the Order Origin, so it does say that I can. What exactly does it say? I can receive shelter and succor from members of my knightly order and those who are sympathetic to its aims. If your order is religious, you can gain aid from the temples and other religious communities of your deity. I did not ask this prior to the session. I probably should have, but given Darfin's status / connections, is there a way that he may be able to have, at some point or before they go into the house, come into possession of a diamond which is worth 300 gold? Asking for reasons.
You can only ask. The worst they can say is no. Foodle, while you are reaching into your saddlebags to find your pipe and then kind of change your mind, your hand did sort of clunk against something unusual in there, something like heavy and metallic. And you find that there is, I'm interpreting what Bruce Campbell Soup said to me here. There is a set of smith's tools in your saddlebag. You're not sure how they got in there. But
What?
Bruce Campbell Soup asked for you to have a wrench. So you have a smith's toolkit now.
Bruce, thank you so much. That's amazing.
If you would like to seek the aid of the temple, we can go there. You seemed very distrustful of them before.
I mean, I'm distrustful of them to a point. If they're assuring that we don't all die, I mean, that's nice. I do think we need to double check our supplies before we go in there, though, because we haven't had much time to restock since our previous encounter. And I'm not saying we have to play this out of character, but I'm just saying we probably need to make sure we have some health potions on us, because I don't think we bought any new ones. So
We didn't use any in that last encounter.
Well, we did.
Oh, Mazur used one on Kiona to keep her up, but that
was the previous one. But then we went into the sewers as well.
Oh, the sewers.
Yeah, and I think Foodle.
I think Monster used one.
Kiona definitely didn't. She had like not a lot of health today.
We are starting to windbag a bit, so
right.
I know.
Yeah. Well, I think we've decided to prepare for the house stuff. So if they want to do shopping, I'm just wondering if over the course of his travels, Darfin has come into possession of a 300 gold diamond.
Well,
he would have probably looked for one.
Let's go to the temple and find out what you can get of it.
I'll take them to the temple to ask. He's not going to ask the temple for potions for them. They can do that. But he will take... I'm assuming he knows, like, whoever's in charge here.
Yeah.
Or whoever's in charge here knows him.
Yeah. So when you arrive at the Temple of Light, which is somewhere that the three regulars are well acquainted with by now, you walk in the front door. The same attendant is there as always. The same member of the Knights Radiant guarding the entrance just on the inside. And as soon as they see Darfin, both of them kind of like their jaws drop and they're like, "Oh, Mike, are you actually the brother Darfin Filar?"
I am, yes.
Oh, and then you see all sorts of like priests that kind of rush up, and even some of the knights.
Darfin instantly looks uncomfortable.
Oh wow! Ooh, wow! Ooh.
Wait,
didn't
everybody
know
knows
you were in
Darfin?
town. What are you doing here? have business in this city?
I do. And I would like to speak to whoever is currently handling the church supplies for the order.
Yes, of course. That's me. I mean, yes, brother. That's me.
And
you get the impression there's a couple priests next to her who kind of look like, oh man. Yes. What can I help you with?
Oh, I believe my companions have a few requests themselves, but and he kind of leans close because he doesn't want like everyone to overhear this, and he will very softly ask if she has any high quality diamonds.
Eyes like sparkle. There's this conspiratorial, like one-on-one kind of just between us thing happening. Yes, I think we do have some in the treasury.
And he will specify again quite softly that it must be specifically a single diamond worth 300 gold.
Yes, I think we have some of those.
I'm reading your lips right now.
Yes, I think we have some of those.
If I could borrow one, if I don't use it, I will of course bring it back. But if I could potentially,
I'm not supposed to give those out, but I think for the brother Darviller, I can make an exception. Would you sign my hymn book?
sure. He like very uncomfortably. He very uncomfortably signs his name with he asks her name, he puts her a little message to her. Don't do anything that's going to get you in trouble. If you're not allowed to let me borrow these supplies, I can't ensure that I'll be able to return it.
Yes. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it.
And he'll motion to Mazra and say, I believe you had some requests.
I do. Please, I just... If we could speak in private for just a moment.
Can we go inside?
No, just no, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Mhm.
With me?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Is she like clinging to Darvin's arm?
No, she's kind of like reluctantly steps aside. And,
Yeah.
yes, okay.
So once they're like, they've like a little closet or whatever, and she'll just be like, so I can't help but notice, Darvin is amazing, isn't he?
Yes.
So
Yes.
he is
Roll
way. Okay.
Darvin cannot
Because
hear that
I
this
did
is
not-
happening.
Because I did not buy it when you said that. Darvin is amazing, isn't he?
Okay, hang on. That's my deception roll.
Okay.
I got a wait, it was deception. I got a 15 total.
15 total. Okay, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Now
You see it too, don't you? Yeah.
I do, and he is so humble that he really doesn't want to bother the temple any more than he has to. Now we're gonna be probably doing something very dangerous, and we're gonna need some healing potions.
Oh.
And you want to make sure that he's staying safe, right?
Yes. Yes.
So, can we have some for him?
You can get some hair of Darfin's for a discount on product.
Roll.
God.
Roll persuasion now.
Okay.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. What's my persuasion?
He already asked them for a friggin' 300 gold. Although if I get this diamond, we gotta wait until tomorrow morning before we go to the house.
14. The 9.
Or we gotta wait at least 4 hours.
All right. Yes, I think I can help you out with that. Hold on. Let me go get your things. And she kind of scurries off promptly.
Meanwhile, Foodle is like, "Hello, my name's Foodle. Wait, you all know Darfin? How?"
Darfin, but so this is the the knight standing at the entranceway. Darfin, well, he's famous, of course. Oh, even before the Goblin War, he was a hero of our order.
Wow. Like, for a specific deed or just being awesome?
Just being awesome. There's many specific deeds. Can't even name how many specific deeds.
Wow. I didn't know we were hanging out with a hero.
Yeah, well, in particular, he was a hero of the Goblin War.
Oh.
We lost many good men and women those days, but without Darfin, surely the death tally would have been much higher.
Wow. Oh, well, that's amazing.
He is amazing.
Yeah, he seems like a good person.
Yeah, I need you to roll a deception, please.
Me? No,
It's not
I don't need to roll.
decepting.
I don't need to roll anything. I don't need to roll anything. I'm not trying to deceive you of anything. There are many things earlier this session I deceived you on. Yes. That's right. And previous sessions. Kiona, meanwhile, you kind of feel drawn to look back over your shoulder. And when you do, you see the horses just sort of tied up outside the temple. And you see on one of the horses a saddlebag. And you see poking out of the flap of that saddlebag a corner of a crinkled piece of paper, and you realize it's one of the drawings, one of Mandritt's drawings, just sort of poking out.
See the
Yeah. So she'll take the
you-
bait.
Walk towards the horse, and you begin to feel a sort of thrumming little vibration in your chest that builds, becomes more powerful, more resonant as you walk towards the horse. You pull out a drawing.
and establish within how many feet of Darfin you're standing, Foodle.
Like more than 30.
No. If Foodle is standing within 10 feet of, I guess I'm assuming a wild magic is about to happen.
You pull out the drawing.
Poodle's not near you.
Open it up. It's the drawing of the faceless girl sitting on the wall. And you find it very odd, because to you it's not a faceless girl. You find it very odd that that Mandritt drew a picture of you sitting on that wall. And you you suffer from a wild magic surge.
Foodle, is Foodle within 10
This
feet
wild
of
magic
Darfin?
surge, yes. This wild magic surge is brought to you by Bow the Distance.
You cast fly on a random creature within 60 feet of you.
That won't have an effect.
It's probably the horse.
There's just like
I think it's gonna be the horse.
You're reading this. Sure. I was gonna go somewhere different, but sure.
It's standing right in front of me, so.
you look at this drawing. And you're looking at this, and the in your chest, and it just sort of boom, and you feel that sort of invisible pulse of arcane energy just go out of you, and you stop, and you looking at yourself. Oh, thank goodness, everything's okay. Fold the paper and go to put it away, and your horse is gone. Not your horse, Maz's horse is gone. Roll perception.
Oh my god, where is it?
Let's navigate back to here. 15 perception. Why is that not updating? There it goes. Yeah, you hear a loud whinny, this panicked sound way up in the air, and you look up, and the horse is like galloping frantically through the air, has no idea what it's doing. It's just like, wait, all the people in the temple square are like, oh, what the?
Oh no. She's gonna pull the lasso. Her lasso. How far away is it? Is it more than like 40 or 50 feet away?
The horse is the Pegasus until it falls.
It is 30 feet away. You get
Okay,
this
so
one shot at this. You get one.
I get one shot. One shot, you guys. And I can use my. Can I use performance or acrobatics? Performance would be what I normally use on it.
Yeah, because you're tapping into your old rodeo skills.
Oh, it didn't do great. Oh, I'm gonna use inspiration. Inspiration.
Okay,
I've got
I was gonna
inspiration.
Okay.
Please.
Focus up.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to buy a new horse. Oh, yeah. The lasso, you fear for a moment it's not going to catch the horse, but it catches sort of a little bit of a crosswind, and that kind of pulls the lasso around. You wrap the lasso kind of around its like the base of its neck, its chest and shoulders, and you manage to get it. The horse, still panicking, still struggling. You need to roll. Let's see. You guys in the temple, you're hearing people screaming from outside, and you just hear like
run out
priests,
like
priests
instantly.
are looking like, what in the world? And they're going out to look. You need to roll an animal handling check against the horse's strength check. So
Okay.
against 22.
Are you fucking kidding me? 22?
Oh god.
What does animal handling use? It's like, I can't even, I wouldn't even, it doesn't really matter probably.
No, not unless you can buff your roll
Oh,
by
no,
8
Animal
points.
handling is wisdom, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have
Inside the
that.
temple, you hear,
Not by that much.
"Mommy, that lady's flying."
Oh no.
You are just absolutely like, you've handled lots of like bucking horses and panicking horses on the ground,
Right.
but this
This is
horse,
new.
like you do the instinctive things that like dig in your heels, and then just at the last moment you realize, uh-oh, and the horse just lifts you off the ground like straight up.
Oh no.
Far off the ground are they?
No.
How far off the ground are they? Well, the horse will get it doesn't get its dashing movement because it's panicking, so it's not dashing. However, its movement is 60 feet. Let's say that it is not trying to go straight up, So let's say that its lateral movement, we'll divide it 40 by 20. Lateral movement 40 further into the square, 40 feet further into the square, 20 feet up.
If someone were to stand on the ground and try and speak with it, would it hear?
Would the
Is
horse
it too
hear?
far away? Yeah.
You would have to like yell up at the horse.
It's like 50 feet off the ground, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
at
we've
this point, it
established
is-
that we're gonna need
it
to
is
take
50
a
feet
long
off the
rest
ground.
after this anyway, so that I can swap out my spells. So, what the hell? It's a day for experimentation.
Yeah.
Darfin is going to cast Speak with Animals.
All right. Yeah. By the time you three get out and see what's going on, yeah, like Kiona is 20 feet off the ground. The horse is 50 feet.
Oh, well, if the
Ground
horse is 50
and-
feet up, he's not going to cast the spell because it won't hear him.
Oh shoot.
I'm assuming.
It's 20 feet off the ground right now?
Kiona is. The horse
Yeah.
is another
The
additional.
horse
Okay.
is an
30 feet
additional
on
30
that.
feet
Can I
off the
try
ground.
some weird acrobatic crap? It's not crap, I just try to use too much language right now.
What's your? So what do you mean? What are you gonna try to do?
I want to try and throw one of my daggers up there and try to teleport to Kiona.
What? What are you gonna throw a dagger at me?
Silly
What?
idea.
No, I don't know, that may be a bad idea. Never mind.
Are you kidding me?
Look, I'm gonna teleport.
Fine. Kiona
inside
is going
your
to
stomach.
attempt to climb up her lasso to get near the
Alright.
horse. Can she
Alright.
get near the horse?
All right.
Wait.
Kiona,
How far off the ground? The horse is within 60 feet of the
the
ground.
horse
Yes.
is within 60 feet of the ground.
All right, Darvin cups his hands. I'm assuming I'm within 60 feet of this horse.
Yeah.
He cups his hands and he is going to yell land, and he is going to cast command. The horse has to make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw, and if it fails, it will
okay.
comply with the command.
Oh, all right. Ooh.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, that was so close.
You know what?
Was-
Masha wouldn't expect anything else from her horse.
I would say so, Collie. Yeah, I would say that's true. So the horse somehow your command cuts through the horse's panic, and it's like the witch voice from Dune. And only he's a paladin. That would be like what a warlock would sound like doing it. You're a paladin, so
Yeah.
it sounds like nicer.
It's like
and,
whispers, yeah, like
it
gentle
sounds-
whispers.
Sounds like gentle whispers, and yet also the booming voice of God from the Charlton Heston
Yeah.
Ten Commandments movie. And the horse kind of like complies and just sort of dips down. Now,
And you have 6
You told
seconds
the
before the horse
horse-
can do anything else.
you told the horse to land.
Yes.
It doesn't know how to land because it doesn't know how to fly.
I don't think it matters
So-
because I think it says the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn.
It's going to attempt to follow the command.
Okay.
Kiona, it's coming in hard.
I know. I knew
It's
that
coming
was
in hard.
Look,
happening.
I
See,
did the
you-
best
that
that
was
I can.
happening.
I did the best that I can with what's available to me.
Can
coming
Kiona try
down
to pull
hard.
some Legolas stuff and try to get on its back as it comes down?
Okay. Roll acrobatics.
Oh,
Ooh, you yank on the lasso and kind of just whip yourself down towards the saddle. You manage to land in the saddle. Now you need to roll an animal handling check.
Oh god, okay. Oh, keep your fingers crossed, guys. No, nope, mm-mm.
Okay, but the horse had to use its movement to come 40 feet closer to the ground. So how far off the ground is it now?
20 feet off the ground. Is that right? No, it was 50.
It was 50.
It's 10 feet off the ground. It's very close to the ground.
All right. Does anyone else want to do anything before it's Darfin's turn again?
Oodle's just like staying next to Darfin and like watching in horror.
I mean, can they? If it's that close, can Monster try to grab the rope? Is the lasso still hanging from the horse's neck or whatever?
There's like nothing
Yeah.
I can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably some length of it hanging down still.
Yeah. So like, could she try to help pull it down safely, or like?
How would you pull it down safely? Because it's like coming in at the ground. How would
Right.
you being on the ground pulling on the? You could. I can think of a couple of ways, but I'm not going to give those to you.
Yeah, my thought is like if it's so, is it kind of like just doing this kind of
Yeah,
kind of thing?
yeah. It's kind of like galloping down.
right? Well, I was
Not
if she
to
got
the
hold
ground,
of the
like you would expect of a graceful Pegasus, but at
Right.
the ground.
right. So I figured if she got hold of the rope, she might try and like move like horizontally to try and guide it, so it's a little bit more of a this action rather than like this action. But almost like it's a kite.
Should burn a
Right.
second spell
Okay.
slot on this, you guys.
Okay.
Sorry, I need
Yeah.
to stop this side discussion. That's my bad.
You
You're
can-
fine.
You can try. You can try,
All
Monster.
right. What should I do for that?
So you run up.
Be glad I didn't
grab
tell
the
it to
rope,
fall.
Try an athletics check.
Okay.
Because you're going to be using sort of brute strength to try to guide its descent.
Oh my god. Do you want me to show you with the camera, or will you believe me? I'm not touching the dice. I rolled
a
20.
natural 20?
Yes, it is. I'll turn the camera if you want to see it, but
No, I don't need to see it. I believe you.
All
Oh,
right.
we believe you.
I believe you. You've
No
done,
way.
You've self-reported enough ones on your physical dice.
Yeah, really. Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness, a natural
Fiona
20.
is in danger.
You like plant your feet, grab the rope, swing it around so that it's no longer like coming straight at the ground, but it's kind of being pulled and like with centrifugal force. You kind of swing it around into a long sweeping landing, and eventually its hooves just sort of clop down on the cobbles, and then it comes to a stop and just sort of
Amazing.
gives a like a tosses its head in sort of anger and you know panic fueled frustration, and then goes to find some water to drink.
Kiona will slip down off the side of it, quite dazed looking.
Monster will hurry over and try and make sure she doesn't like just try and put an arm. to make
Probably
sure
has
she's
some
okay.
sea legs, but she'll be
Yeah.
all right. Yeah.
He'll also go to steady Kiona, but if Mazra gets there first, he'll kind of step back and he'll just kind of be like, "How did a horse get 60 feet in the air?"
Sometimes unfortunate things happen around me.
Unfortunate things.
Sometimes.
Worse things have happened.
Such as?
The drawing kind of just flutters to the ground, just lands on the pavements.
Can we all see it on the ground?
Yeah.
Who took the drawing?
It was sticking out of the saddlebag, and I didn't see them, so I thought
I don't know how this got in your bag. I don't think any of us took any of his drawings.
Oh.
Again, because we've already established that he's gonna need to sleep. Divine sense. Darfin uses his divine sense, so powerful evil registers and powerful good as well. It can detect the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet. Know the type, and whether or not any object or place within the radius has been consecrated or desecrated. So I assume he's going to sense the consecration of the church.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like when you look at the church, it's like this beam of light shooting right up into the air, and you hear choirs and see ethereal doves flying past it.
Does he see anything on the paper? Does he get any sense from the paper?
What you see on the paper, you have used your divine sense many times, is almost like you're almost as comfortable with divine sense as your own pair of eyes. And you've seen a heck of a lot of things with it. You've seen infernals, you've seen celestials, you've seen the darkness in the heart of man itself, and the goodness as well. You have never seen something like this. At first you thought the drawing was desecrated, but you realize no, it's not the paper at all that's desecrated. It's not the charcoal on the paper that's desecrated. It is the subject of the drawing itself that has somehow been desecrated.
Is desecration anywhere else around him except in the image of that paper?
That, and when you look at Poodle, no, I'm just kidding. Just the.
And when he, and this only lasts for 6 seconds. So when he looks at it with his divine sense, does it still seem like a faceless person?
When you look at it with your divine sense, yes.
But he gets the sense that.
And when you guys, except for Kiona, look at it with your non-divine sense eyes, it looks like a faceless person. Kiona, it still has your face.
He's gonna snatch the paper off the ground before anyone else can touch it. And it's just the picture of the faceless woman sitting on the wall. He's gonna say it's in the drawing as well. The image of the desecration is in the drawing. It's not the ink or the paper, it's the image itself.
I mean, you work with a temple. Have you ever come across some kind of faceless figure? Or
can I do
creature?
a history or religion check to know whether or not I have come across a faceless thing?
Religion.
Matter, they're both +0.
Poodle comes running up and says, Kiona, I'm so glad you're okay.
No, it's a 4.
I didn't know what to do there.
No. You wish you studied more in school.
Yeah, I wish I studied more in Paladin school. He replies, as I mentioned before, the religious part of this job isn't really my strong suit. I've never seen or heard of some kind of faceless entity, but I definitely have never experienced the kind of odd desecration that I sense in this drawing. It doesn't. It's not like anything else that I've ever worked with. And he's gonna fold the paper and tuck it like into his armor so that it is like with him, so that no one else can touch it.
Poodle's gonna nod solemnly. So I do it. It's the ghosts.
I don't think this has anything to do with a ghost, Foodle.
It's what he drew. It's desecrated. This
But
how can this not be related?
Desecration can come from many sources. It can come from dark magic. Humans can do that. Elves can do that. Any race can do that. It could come from a fiend. It could come from a devil. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with ghosts or the undead.
I think there's.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't, but we don't know the source of this.
I do think there's something more going on. I don't know what, but something doesn't sit right with me.
I'm very concerned. But before we go into that house, the church is willing to give me something that will be helpful to us, but I need to rest before we go into the house.
I think
Otherwise,
we
we
all
won't be
should.
able to use it.
I think we should all get some rest.
Before we do these unfortunate things, are they all magic?
Yeah. For the most part, I think. I'm not sure of I mean, from what has happened so far, yes.
Good to know. Are you alright?
Most of the time.
Did you get hurt when this happened? Do you need healing?
No, I'm fine.
He looks at her for a minute as though he's not convinced, but then he nods and he heads back to the church to get the thing that he asked for.
Yep. And they sure enough, they produce a box for you, sort of a small wooden chest. Here you are, Brother Dolphin.
He'll angle himself so that when he peeks in the box, no one else can see what's in there. Check to make sure it's what he needs.
It is a diamond and 2 greater potions of healing.
Okay. And he will set a hand over hers and say thank you. What is
She
not
flinches a
used,
little
at least in terms of the object I requested, I will bring back.
Yes, of course, Brother Darfin.
Please convey my gratitude for opening your stores for this matter.
I will.
I may need room and board for the night, if that wouldn't be too much trouble.
No trouble at all. No trouble at all.
Girl's gonna explode.
Wait, what? I am? Like Foodle is?
No, the priestess.
NPC.
Yeah.
Oh, the priest. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
He'll cross back to the group and he will remove from the box the 2 greater healing potions and pass them to Mazra because he assumes she asked for them.
I appreciate that.
I only ask that in return for the generosity of the church, you consider contributing when you have spare someday. It need not be magical items, but
Of course.
help those who help you and all that.
Mm.
And then he'll keep the box because he'll keep the diamond in the box, and he'll say, "This will allow me to cast a powerful spell if one of you should fall in battle. However, in order to prepare that aspect of my ability, I need at least 4 hours to rest."
Right. Well, I don't know how comfortable I would feel going in there at night. So, do we want to meet in the morning? That way,
Yes.
all of us can get a proper rest and meet up.
I
Yeah,
believe that's
under
a good
no
idea.
circumstances should we go in there at night.
Right. So, I would say if you want, meet us at Angevine House. And she'll give a time that seems
I
proper.
can meet you there, or I can meet you at the inn where you're staying if you prefer.
Angevine House is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way, you won't have to wait on us to eat breakfast.
He kind of chuckles as if you're insinuating that he doesn't eat somehow. But and is there anything else that you would like my assistance with? The day is still young.
We're not talking to the other people.
We don't need to, but if you would like my help with something else while I'm here, you're helping me. I can help you.
Oh, no, you know what? Honestly, I don't want to. Let's just go rest. I gotta get my mind off this.
Then I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, thanks, Darfin.
All right, I'll buy you a snow cone on the way back.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Well, Darvin's with you, so it's not going to be for him.
Oh,
Maz, are you gonna buy something for me?
I mean, sure.
Thanks, Mazra. Foodle wants to attempt to discern what Kiona is feeling.
Roll insight versus 10 or Kiona's deception. Ooh, this time.
Nope.
This time she says no.
It's a 9.
Kiona's face is imperceptible mask.
All right. Well, Foodle gets up on Doodle and heads to the North Gate Inn.
Kiona will follow.
Okay.
Wait.
Mazra, you following them or?
I am sorry. I just
You're
keep
up,
going.
so-
My brain had a brain moment.
Brain moments are so.
Oh yeah, okay. I
Hey,
remember.
welcome Raiders.
When they're when they get there, I think Majra is gonna wait for a minute to try and pull Kiona aside, like somewhere they can talk.
That's
privately.
fine, because Kiona was gonna wait for Foodle to go into his room and, and try to talk to Manzra. So,
even if it's like in like the like janitor's closet or whatever. Anyway, but so whenever they have a space, she's gonna be like, I don't know what else going on right now, but I think there's more than just ghosts happening, because that guy freaked out when he saw you, and I went back there wearing your face, and he didn't freak out when he saw me.
well,
I don't want to freak you out, but I think it has something to do with you too. And all
the
this.
picture.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but
It's a picture of me.
what do you mean? It didn't have a face on it.
I can see the face. I saw it before too. In the temple, under the farm. It's me, Mazra. I don't know how or why or what, but it's been me that whole time. And for some reason, that picture is me too. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what might happen tomorrow, but I figure maybe somebody else should probably know at this point.
Well, I can't say that I understand what's going on, but
I wish I could tell you I did.
that's fine. But I got your back. I'm sure Foodle does too. But we'll figure it out. So don't worry about it.
Right. She will grab a drink and go to bed.
So, unless anybody else.
Oh,
Okay.
we can maybe do it after. Foodle was going to do some gambling.
Okay.
Don't forget to
why
mark
don't you
down
make
those
a couple,
potions.
why don't you make a couple rolls with your dice kit? What are you
Okay.
betting first? We'll do 2 to 1.
Okay. He's gonna
It was the
do.
most cheerful position.
Woof, what happened to your camera?
What's happened?
Uh-oh. Did we lose a Woof?
Oh no, Woof.
Yeah, the Discord's all frozen. He's
Aw.
frozen in Discord. Oh no.
No. Okay, so
Like,
this morning, I know he's so happy. That's such a great. Oh no. So this morning, he would have
Yep.
bet 25 twice.
25 twice, okay?
So that is
So-
a 16.
Okay. Yeah, that's a win.
Okay. And a 5.
Okay, that's a lose.
Okay. So
you're washed out.
okay. So it's
Even.
just
You're even
straight.
right now,
Okay.
Yeah.
And then probably like I don't know, probably a bunch, but let's do like 3 or 4, whatever
Okay.
you think.
All right.
Like he would just be gambling
Let's
for
do
an
3.
evening. So maybe like
Yeah, let's do 3.
100 gold each thing.
100 gold each. Okay. First one.
Just because to simulate like a whole bunch of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 7.
Okay. That is a
Two.
lose.
Okay. 17.
That's a win.
Okay. Oh God.
Oh, that sucks.
It's a nat
Oh,
1.
no. Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Oh, woof, no.
We lost Wolf entirely, and that's
Woof,
mucked
no.
up. It's mucked up all the. Okay, let's
I'm
go.
Mazra now.
Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh,
I'm Mazra now.
let's just. It's gonna be
I
scuffed.
burst into Kiona's
scuffed,
room and give
chat.
her a giant kiss.
Ooh.
You know,
What is
if
needed?
Ghost, if Wolf comes back, after you do this, it's all gonna be. You're gonna have to
Yeah.
readjust it. Okay.
It is all gonna be messed up. Yeah.
Kiona or Mazra busts into Kiona's room and gives her a giant kiss. 'Cause I'm Mazra now. I'm Mazra now.
Listen,
No, don't move me! Stop moving me!
listen. There have been moments where I've been waiting for the appropriate moment for such things to potentially happen. But
Keep on
This
grabbing
was that
everything.
appropriate moment.
Yeah.
How dare you put me back in my proper square? I am way
There's one
zoomed
area.
in, apparently, on this screen.
Yeah, it's because the absence of Woof has messed with the proportions.
Oh, I see.
right,
Count.
yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I can zoom in further.
What was What was the last roll? Oh my goodness, it's creepy.
A natural 1.
A
Monka
natural
asks, what is
1.
that?
So you have a net loss of 100 gold from tonight's game.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Now, as everybody tucks in
Oh no.
and goes to
Oh,
sleep for the
God.
night. Oh, hold on, I even have special music for this.
Oh no.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't either. Can we collectively just decide to like? No dreams.
If we all just leave the call, Ghost can't do this to us.
Right.
Let's just-
Oh, that's true. That's
I'm
true.
doing
We
it
can
on
just
stream.
leave.
I'm doing it on
We'll
stream.
find a
I'm doing it
way.
on stream, by the way. It's a bit loud.
Great. Oh, fantastic. I just can't.
Foodle, I just fixed it. Wolf. Welcome
If we
back.
switch to the other screen, maybe it'll still...
Flutter told you.
It's true. There we go.
Yeah.
Right. You back with us?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
welcome back.
Sorry about that. That hasn't happened in a while.
Ghost is about to pull some
everybody-
weird dreamy bullshit nightmare on us.
Oh, I want to see.
Oh, God.
Everybody's turned in to go to bed, and Mazra, what just happened? Did he move me out? Did he kick me out?
Wait, Ghost is just gone
just
again.
happened?
We just lost.
What just
Ghost.
happened?
What is
What just
going on?
happened?
It's not meant to be now.
It's your
Look,
ghost.
none of this
Ghost,
dream
okay?
crap.
It's the ghost story that you're gonna tell. It
What just
cannot happen.
happened?
It's meant to not happen.
Did you,
This is what
Cauliflops,
I'm
did you
saying.
kick me out?
It's giving you a
No,
sign.
if
Did
I
you
was
kick me
smart,
out of the
I
chat
would've.
room?
No, I promise you I'm not that clever.
This whole stream is
I wish
cursed.
I had.
Giving you a sign.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, that was brilliant.
If I may, Discord. If I may, yeah, exactly, Bruce Campbell suit. Oh my goodness. If I may, Discord. Mazra. You have a dreamless sleep. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed. Foodle. You dream of lovely snow cones. Kiona. What happened to my music? There, it's gonna start again. Kiona.
Uh-huh.
You have actually a quite pleasant dream of
Uh-huh.
riding your horse through the woods.
Uh-huh.
An old forest hunting trail, scenic trees, a river to one side. You stop and have a picnic on the banks of the river. And then the dream ends. You wake up in the morning feeling refreshed. So, with that, chat, thank you. Oh, wait! There's one more. Darfin,
Okay.
as you're sleeping, you
Technically not sleeping,
find yourself,
but it's trancing.
as you're trancing,
Mm-hmm.
you thank you, Bo. There we go. That should do it. That's a little too quiet now. Okay. You find yourself walking up the familiar cobbled walkway to the Angerman house, home of your good friends, Trefair and Trella. You don't find this suspicious at all. However lucid a dreamer you are while trancing, you've had this on your mind for quite some time. Ever since that familiar feeling that you had 3 years ago started coming back to you. That feeling that led you to look into Angevin House and what's been going on with that. That feeling that led you to see that it had been given over to a new owner. In fact, there are three heroes here. Walk up the Colbert streets, up to that walkway. Enter the courtyard. As you did so many times when you come to call upon your friends in your youth. Well, in their youth, you're an elf; they're human. And you find it in a perfectly fine state on the outside, but as soon as you walk under the guardhouse and into the courtyard, you find the courtyard littered with rubble. The grass is decayed. The fountain having run dry with sort of a murky pool of pond scum on top of it. And you see in front of the fountain a woman knelt down on her hands and knees, swinging a meat cleaver into something, hearing sort of wet, splorching sounds, crunching sounds as the meat cleaver carves through bone. And the figure turns and looks at you, and although it has no face, you sense that it's smiling at you. What's your full name again? Hold on.
Darfin Phalar.
Darfin Phalar. Oh, Darfin Phalar. Why don't you come in? There's plenty to go around here on the battlefield. And when you look up from the fountain, the house is gone, the courtyard's gone, and you are once again at the Battle of Bogar Pass, at the pinnacle of the Goblin War, looking out at the field of dead corpses all around you. And then you wake up, and that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Oh boy, I had a fun time. I'm so sorry, first of all, that we didn't get to a lot of the redeems tonight, but we do have
We're coming.
a lot of redeems
yeah.
on the
We're gonna have
docket.
it.
We have let's see. We have a minor monster mutation, a wild magic, a major monster mutation, another major monster mutation.
What?
Mundane item I got. And then another wild magic. So 2 wild magics, 2 majors, 1 minor, I believe is my count.
I'm assuming I can take a long rest after my raid
Everybody gets
preview
a long
dream.
rest. Yep. Everybody gets a long rest.
Where's the long rest? But
Boy, oh boy. Let's get our theme up. Where's it?
be able to manage my spells.
Woof.
What
Did
did I
you add
say
the
that
2
the-
greater healing potions?
Foodle has a
There it
wrench.
is.
Oh, yeah,
I put
those.
the 2 healing potions into the group
Okay.
bag.
All right, good.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay.
Because I have a slot for greater potions of healing in the
Oh, nice.
bag. I need to put it for all of us.
Now I need to try to guess what I think we're gonna do next week,
Right?
so I can prepare my
Yeah.
spells.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Exactly.
I'm terrified. Why am I always terrified in this game, you guys?
This is-
Because Ghost is your DM.
Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks. That
God.
music is so creepy. Can I just also? That's just not
Supposed to be
okay.
creepy. I'm looking for the music that we had at the beginning of the stream because it was so good.
Oh
It
yeah, we
was.
need our theme song.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't remember what the playlist was called. Oh my goodness, I'll have to go looking for it again. It's a Pathfinder one.
Well, I too
Anyway,
had an absolute blast. Ghost,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
absolutely,
And Megan,
yeah.
thank you for joining us.
Thank you
Yes.
for
This
having
was
me
so
again.
fun.
I'm enjoying this new character. I hope you guys are too.
Yeah.
It's always nice to have
That's
people
great.
who aren't incompetent
Right.
with
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, it's a very different
Basically,
idea.
anytime there's a guest, right?
of the
It's like,
party.
oh my God.
There were a few moments where he was just like, do I take this seriously? Or like we might have to burn down the whole town?
Right.
Well,
Right.
the reason Foodle said that was because he was worried that everyone in the town was just going to be like turned into whatever happened to poor Mandritt or whatever. He's like, we can't let that happen. Anyway.
We should
I
kill them
I have
all
the
instead.
worst kind of sinking
Yeah.
feeling that
Oh,
Kiona's
no,
gonna
we'll
actually
evacuate
end
them.
up being the big
And they're
bad
just-
at the end of this.
God, I hope Fiona's not the She
You know,
freaking
I
better not be.
just
I'm
all of the
gonna be
things
honest.
that are being shown right at this moment in time feel very, very not
I'm gonna be
good.
honest.
If-
I am not railroading any of you in a particular direction. I
Uh-huh.
am
Darkman would have sensed if
I
she
am
was
introducing
desecrated.
I am introducing certain stimuli, let's say, and sitting
Stimuli.
back to see what you do with them. I was fully prepared to take this campaign in a different direction if you guys decided to go like selfish heels or something like that.
Oh my God, Milo.
Sensed
Burn
if she
down
was
the whole
evil.
town, yeah.
He's
well,
been in her presence twice now and detected good and evil, and he would have detected if there was like evil on her.
She's not necessarily evil, but she definitely has potential. She has some shit lurking around her that she doesn't know what it is, and she is chaotic. Something. What is
What
she?
is
I don't even know.
what's Fiona's deal? We gotta figure this shit out.
Right, Kiona's got some issues, you guys, and I think that we need to start maybe trying to figure some of them out
Mhm.
because they seem to be.
Well, Monster already
Yeah.
has an action plan, so
Well, okay, so man, was it Kiona or Goldrill told to find like a bunch of dreamers or some shit like that? Like there was something to do with dreams or dreamers or something.
Well, that
I
was the
swear.
Dyer followers.
Well, I know,
Right.
but that's what reminded me that somebody had already had something to do with like find some dreamers on a beach somewhere or something. I don't.
Oh
freaking
well, the
know.
gold that Moon Coast was where Goldrow was going, but I don't think any of us
Oh,
necessarily.
yeah, but I
knew
thought it was Kiona. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to theorize, but yeah,
it
we should
was
probably
the,
just.
yeah, so it was Goldrill was sent by Eldrigo to find the Moon Coast.
Right, I
Right.
know that.
That's where the monks who formerly owned the Fall Meadows sanatorium when it was an Eldrigan monastery. That's where they went to when they sold it off to the Temple of Light and said, "See you later."
Yeah, I need to rewatch that episode where Kiona gets a vision from that creature in the crystal.
The crystal
'Cause-
one.
Yeah, because I think there's something in there that we should.
I
be
would
picking up
I
on.
would definitely recommend rewatching that. whole
I have really. I need to
sequence.
just go back because I actually took really decent notes that night. But
Yeah. Anyway, but we can theorize on our own time,
You can. So
and we should.
man, that's it for this stream. Join us next week on this channel for our
Make it a
1-year
leaf.
campaign anniversary stream. I think it is Flutters if we're going by the order.
We're going in the order.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was last week.
So
I believe it's
I'm
Flutter.
really excited about that. We got some fantastic suggestions from Bo about some things that we could do for that. we are still in the process of planning and preparing, but we're really excited to kind of step to one side from the main story for one session and just celebrate a year of this, which I cannot believe that
It's
we're
crazy.
doing this for a year.
I love
50
it.
sessions. So good, and it's just fantastic to play with you guys. It's fantastic to hang out with everybody in chat who's here right now and who is here throughout the night and who is here throughout any of our 50 sessions. So thank you so much. With that, I think it's time to say goodnight. I've got some positivity from the creator of
I want D's nuts.
D&D.
Yeah.
Don't blurt me, chat.
Oh no! I was like, what?
Yeah, I wondered. I was about that too.
The creator of D&D himself, Gary Gygax, said, the secret we should never let the game masters know is that they don't need any rules. Right? They don't need any rules to play D&D. And listen, the secret that you should always know as the game master of your life is that you don't need any rules. Be who you are, right? And do what you need to do. You know the way. That wasn't a reference to the meme. It hit me in the head as soon as it came out of my mouth. But in any case, I hope everybody has a wonderful night. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks, Megan, for guesting with us. Megan will be back.
Back?
I don't know what that meant.
I don't know if
Megan
I'll
will
be here for
back.
the anniversary
I've
show,
done
but
too
I'll
much
be here
talking.
after that.
I've done too much talking tonight. My tongue is getting twisted all around. Megan will be back 2 weeks from now when we continue this module here.
I don't know if I'm
hopefully-
invited to the anniversary show, but if I am, cool. And if I'm not, I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, we don't know either.
Yeah, but we really have no idea what's happening
We
yet,
have a
you
week,
guys.
you guys.
We're
have
very
less than a
prepared.
week. Oh god! Alright, we're gonna figure this shit out.
Yeah.
We
Oh
have
my
some big
goodness.
streams coming up this weekend, right? The big charity stream is on Saturday.
Yes.
We should probably
That's
plug
right.
that.
Yes, for the Trevor
That's right.
Project.
So a
Mhm.
whole bunch of us are participating in the charity stream. I believe most of us who are participating in that are on Team Bard Owl. So go
I'm on
check
Team
out
Flannel
Bard
Source.
Owl.
Letters on
Oh, you're
Team
on Team Flannel
Flannel.
Source. Okay. So go check out Bard Owl there. Throw a follow in Bard's direction to see myself and Megan on there. Wolf, are you doing that? I don't know. I don't remember. No.
I don't think
Okay.
Wolf is
Yeah.
on.
But Megan and I are on Team Bard Owl, and then Flutter is on Team Flannel Saurus. Okay, so go check out Flannel.
Flutter and Flannel will be doing, I think, a D&D one shot.
D&D one shot, and my character
Oh, that
for you
sounds
guys
fun.
is gonna be a really buff fairy.
Yeah.
So I think you
When-
should come out and check it out.
And
Yeah,
go
So
yeah.
Megan and I are doing 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. What time is yours, Flutter?
before us. They're
It
right
is.
before us.
For us.
Yeah, it'll be the
Nice.
one right before you
You're
guys.
like 9
So
o'clock
1
in the
o'clock
morning
Eastern.
on our
9 o'clock
time,
Eastern,
yeah.
okay.
It's like
So
10
I will
your time,
be-
I think, or something like that,
I will
or
be,
9. Is it 9? It might be 9.
I think it's 9.
It's noon
I will
our
be
time. maybe.
definitely tuning in for that, and I'm interested to see
Right.
what the donation rewards are, because there are dono rewards
Mhm.
for charity.
We have
for how much you
really
donate
good
to
ones for
charity.
ours.
We got decent ones for ours. I'm going to be sharing history facts and eating ghost pepper hot sauce on stream.
I'm going to be reading excerpts from the books.
Hey.
We're going to
Hell
be
yeah.
playing Don't Starve and Civ 5. I expect Don't Starve will be we start a game, we die horribly, and then we stop playing that game.
That game does not mess around. It is hard.
Yeah,
never-
it is a
I don't
hard
think
game.
any of us really know how to play it either, so it's gonna be a
Oh
beautiful.
yeah, you guys are screwed.
Yeah.
So I was
You don't know how to
talking-
play. Like,
I was talking with
God.
Bard last night, and she and I actually had the same thinking without talking to each other about it. We both acquired Don't Starve together and haven't even opened it. I've installed it. I haven't even opened the game because
She has
I wanna
not-
learn. Yeah, and she
She has
likewise
not played
hasn't.
either of the games. She hasn't played Civ 5 either.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a very interesting.
be a lot of fun.
stream. Yeah. So check that out. That's happening all day, and it's all day. So before all that, there's gonna be Billy Ridge stream. There's gonna be J Chili stream. There's gonna be an ATM Zero stream, and then we're all gonna get together at the end. I think it's gonna be around 5 o'clock Pacific time to do Among Us and Guarded Phone and other community games.
Community
I assume.
games, right?
Mhm.
And speaking of
So-
community games, if you're really interested and really want to do some Friday night, I'm having community games on my channel here,
Friday.
Hey.
starting at
Yeah.
8 Eastern. So
Yep.
that'll be a lot of fun if you want to come along.
Come hang out.
That's like
I'm
a
gonna be
chill,
there.
like relaxing thing before the big thing. So
Yep.
yeah.
I'm gonna be there.
Nice.
I'm gonna not do my stream that night, and I'll just go hang out over there.
Nice.
Just gonna have lots of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, come on out this weekend, guys. There's gonna be lots of good stuff going on.
Maybe golf.
I assume
Sorry,
golf
go.
might happen. Yeah.
Golf is happening on my channel on Friday
Yeah, that's
for
true, on
sure.
Friday, for sure.
So if you want to play golf with friends, hit me
Yeah,
up.
we're
Friday
not we're
night.
not doing our regular girls' night on Thursday because we're doing the Friday night and the Saturday things instead.
Yeah.
I will be around tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time to finish a novel on stream. I'll be
Hey.
writing the
Woo!
final scene in the 7th book of my Aravalia Chronicle series
Wow.
on stream tomorrow morning. So if you want to be around when I type the end, that's happening.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Wolf is, of course, making his concerted push for affiliate over the holidays. He's going to be streaming every day.
Look, I just need everyone else to not stream for like 5 weeks, and I'll be good
If
to
you
go.
tell people when you're streaming, they will come. Just so
Yeah.
you know, like.
Collie, what have you got coming up?
I'm gonna be hanging out with you guys on Saturday. That's
Heck
gonna
yeah.
be freaking amazing. I don't know if I have anything big coming up other than just like my regular streams. I mean, Friday's my last day, so I'll, be hanging out with the family and stuff. We're
Me too.
Nice.
going back to the farm to visit next
Nice.
week. Annalise is so excited. Anyway, so
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. Well, friends, we belabored this long enough. I hope everybody has a fantastic night. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We love you all.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Bo,
love you guys.
see you there, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope
Good
so.
night, friends.
Good night.
Subsplosion.
Oh dang.